We are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Some of you may be seeing this as a rerun or seeing this live. Welcome. You could be watching from anywhere around the world or the country. So, glad to have y'all that come through, and I am going to be switching screens in a moment. Okay. Alright, here we go. Hello. It's me. Alien. And now I'm going to do something where the chat thing goes on the screen. Alright, so I'm going to talk about different things. So this time I'm chatting about stuff and talking about different things that's going on, and also I'm going to start the game and play that and talk to you all about different things. And we have Gray's Essentials. Hello. He says hello from Alaska, my good fellow. Well, it's good to see you too, Gray's Essentials. I hope that your day has been going well and your week and everything. And also, now I'm going to play the pirate game. I'm about to turn it on in a second. Well, I'm turning it on right now, and it'll come on in a second. That makes more sense. Alright. It's launching. Yeah, set sail. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so basically this week, well, what's pretty interesting, I look very blue right now. So it's the wallpaper, it's the beach at night. Yeah, so basically what happens is I had a very active week. And here's the game. Alright. Now, in this island I'm at is Raven's Cove. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Alright, so Raven's Cove, we're here, and the moon's out over that way somewhere. I see the reflection of the moon. So, today I was watching the trials that I usually watch, and to keep up with the news with that, it's some of the new stuff that I like to report on. And basically, the situation that I'm watching, it's very complicated. One of the cases, it's this lake, not a lake, it's a river. There's a 54-year-old, and he stabbed one of the teens, or young people. Not too sure what the ages are exactly because it's confusing. And then what happened is this big debate, like, was he in the wrong or they were in the wrong? But it's not right to go and do that, but it's, self-defense. People, they're arguing self-defense, and these people got into a big fight, basically, and many groups were involved, and he was accused also of looking at the younger ladies and stuff like that. So, and that was really cringe. And some of the witnesses, they're like inconsistent, and they're also like talking about their testimony, and sometimes it doesn't add up. Some people maybe not telling the truth completely. It's a big mess. And also, so my chat friends were debating that. And the regular news stuff, it's not really, it's really just one really. I haven't really kept up with, like, the regular news stuff. There is, Iran wants to maybe send a missile over somewhere because of the Israel conflict. That's something I saw earlier, but I don't really keep up much with the other news stuff. So, basically, yeah, the other trial, it was the lady that deleted an older woman she was taking care of for financial reasons, like for money. And the famous Judge Dora was doing that case. And the judge made a good point about that situation. And and the lady, it's her name is kind of her last name's the defendant's name was kind of complicated to me. It's an Eastern European name, but I just didn't really glance at it too much. But yeah, she was kind of, had a snarky, sarcastic look on her face. So just people that are bad, they just can't be wrong, and they just keep going over and over again with their errors. So yeah, that's some of the stuff I was looking at today. And the new cat I was talking about in last night's stream, which I named him Alien Cat, and now we call him Alien Cat.
E.T.
Yes, Alien Cat E.T.
E.T. Alien Cat.
Yeah. Is a cat, Gray's Essentials, that would be outside, and I fed him, and because my mom was kind of scared to feed him because of other instances that happened with, sometimes cats could be unpredictable and they can want to scratch sometimes, and this was a new cat, feral, sort of, so it was very friendly. And at night, for the past couple of days, it would walk with me up and down where I would do my walking back and forth and going outside. So that was really cool, very friendly, nice companion, and
Mom took care of it every day.
and also the you heard that over there, and now the cat was neutered, fixed, and it was brought back today. He was brought back today, rather, and I saw him for a little while visiting the other cats. All right, so it's okay to be political. Gray's Essentials. I'm actually known for being very political. I just haven't really been keeping up with it. I read what you're saying. So, Gray says, I know it's super hot topic, but no disrespect to anyone's political opinions, but is anyone else exhausted of how much the news is involving Trump? Mention his name. Okay, so, oh yeah, I agree. I agree. There's a lot of, so in the political world, what's going on, there's an election coming up, and what they're going to do is they're going to play dirty and slander him and do all kinds of things because they're concerned about the election that's coming up. So yeah, I agree. And politics is welcomed here. It's okay. And a lot of the other people that are the regulars here that come on the stream, most of them are very political, which is fine. And yeah, so just the news, the media, they're trying to do everything they can to mess up everything with him, to try to slander him, but all they do is make his cause stronger and give him even more support. When they try to attack him, it all backfires and he gets more support. And inflation's really high right now and everything's going up, and people can understand that that's a problem. And yeah, cats are awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you, Grace Essentials, about that. The political thing. All right, my buddy isn't online. When was he here last? Darn, he hasn't been here in 12 days. Hope he's all right. He subscribes to the channel. His screen name on the game is Sam. Shout out to Sam. I partially did this so early because there's a late night group that comes in. It was because of also you all that watch these streams around this time, of course, and the people that are also to see my friend in the game too. Alright, so we're gonna go get this ship. Yeah, and no one in the game's online, interestingly. That was smooth. Sunk that ship. And another thing about the media and the news and stuff, I just think that it can be very cringe to see how the media speeds different narratives for propaganda purposes, and sometimes people not reporting news to report it, they report it to the news to cause people more issues, more division. As I do think politics can and stuff it can divide people, and people, in spite of different political opinions, should be united. And that's why I like the things of the trials because of the common cause. Everybody comes together on that, and when you're dealing with a criminal doing something wrong, it's good to come together and stop them. But at the same time, it's also good to discuss the different views and things, but do people to do it civilized and to not get like sometimes like I'll give you an example in the trial chat that was not really intended to be political. They were like the people were at one point getting a little bit political over something after the other mods were taken out, and they like enforce the rules there, and then it's like these people that are different political opinions are all fighting each other. I'm like, hold on a second, like we're not gonna fight each other about this here. Nothing wrong with talking about a topic, but people are taking personal shots. So like when people are arguing a topic or debating, it's best not to take personal shots at people, but to just attack the argument specifically. If someone like if you're debating somebody in anything, no matter what the view is, because some people get real emotional, things like that. So it's good to view things, in my opinion, from those different angles. Spinning around, and my phone made a noise. It's not supposed to make a noise, but it makes a noise because I didn't put the thing on to make it silent. Actually, earlier, I had a horrible headache. I had a migraine, and I drank a lot of water and took some medicine, and thank God I am better now. I also prayed about it, and I got better. And I'm glad to be doing the stream like I intended to, and I had everything fixed up so the stream could go well. Here we are. Glad to see you, Grays Essentials, and the other people that are around here also. Alright, I'm gonna go catapult into this ship. Okay, Grays. Thank you for coming and chilling with us for a little while. I appreciate it. He says, hey, great chatting, but I sat down and got distracted about the fact I started a bath. And I should tend to that. Hopefully, I will be back soon. I agree on country before party is important. Alright, thank you. Excellent. See you later. So, now I am going and taking out the ship. Remember earlier with one of the trials I was watching, it's like the microphone was so low, and everybody was cringing over that. And I do believe the cringe I witnessed today and different things I witnessed today in general caused me to have the migraine. Alright, we have some more things to do to turn around a little bit. We're going this way. Alright, and we're going to get both of them at the same time. Alright, I think we're gonna hit it. They repositioned and I missed. But I got it with cannons. They could only outrun me for a little while until I went and got them. Is this gonna make any sense? Ooh, okay. Oh, I got it. I sunk it. Okay. Alright, we got some bloodhounds trying to mess with me. And we're going, ooh, okay. Alright. Oh. Alright, completely missed that one. Okay. Here we go. Alright, so we're about to go and sink this one. Now we're going to this island right here. Oh, I might get some more ships first. Alright. Alright, so in the live stream last night went very well. And I missed. Well, I got something, but I missed the ship intended. I was supposed to get. Alright, here we go. Alright. Okay, we got quite a few things. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Alright. Got the loot. Now I'm going to go repair the ship. Well, first I'm going to probably go out here and fight some things. Alright, using this thing. Let's go get him. Yeah, so now what I'm doing, I'm getting rid of this wasp thing as practice. I upgraded to a new level with this, with the gun. Alright, something's attacking me. Alright, so we're attacking this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and repair the ship. Okay, here we go. Now what I'm doing, I'm sawing. And on the real ships they used to do this to repair the ship. They would go and saw different materials and things. Alright. They haven't done the YSL trial in a little while. There's so much drama with that one. Okay, so that's repaired. Go and get some ships again. I like how they just glided so smoothly like that out of nowhere. Oh, nice. We got two at once. Awesome. Gonna go after these phantom ships. Phantoms very interesting. I remember on here we've talked about phantoms before, and I remember Phantom of the Opera and some Phantom thing from Disney. Those are two when I started knowing about phantoms and some type of cryptid thing, like a ghost. That was interesting to hear about and to know about. And like as I said, I think self-defense is important, but when people are like don't have to escalate things. So if there's a fight or something breaking out, which of course it's good to, including myself, everybody to follow this is to not escalate things. And like when the people on the river were fighting in the trial, it's like people could, as I said, to not escalate would be good. There's no really easy way out of this, but we're just gonna, only got hit with one thing. Yeah, so that's what I think about that. I think that people, it's just a big mess in general, and it was causing everybody confusion. And I think it's like in general when people, let their emotions get the better of them, which we all have done. It can cause problems to everybody, yourself, and everybody else. So it's always best to not let that take over and be a factor in situations. And for some, it may take practice, but it's important. And also, like, these ships get all emotional when I fire at them. They'll come together, but I'm just chilling out on the outside, orchestrating their fate. But if all those cannons hit me with all their artillery directly, it would certainly cause my ship destruction. But doing the way I'm doing it, it makes things much more less less damage to the ship itself. That one is called Death Omen. We got edgy ships up in here. Hmm. Yeah, that one was gonna get me. Another trial I forgot to mention was this one I'm watching about how they're calling up see, I'm going to say this right. Jurors. It's kind of a tongue twister for me. And the whole day they were calling them. It was a couple of days ago, over and over again, and they were like, it was interesting hearing the different. Some people couldn't go because of a family situation or this, so they didn't believe in that. That was very interesting, seeing people talk about that and seeing the process. And it was a lengthy process, so it lasted for a couple of days. I think it still was lasting today. I just didn't see that one. I'll watch like two at once. I know it sounds kind of crazy, and it is crazy. And I'm just not the most sanest person, but it's I like seeing both of them, both like two at once, and I'll hear the way they have it. Like, say there will be a dominant ear when this one, and another dominant on that one. They did that intentionally so people could watch both, and sometimes the people that are working on it from behind the scenes will have to listen to both. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get away from that. There we go. Minor damage so far. I'm kind of going autopilot on this ship. I'm just kind of chilling and get all of them. Drifting in. Here we're gonna kind of drift a little bit, make a turn, and get this one. All right. I have to be careful because that fire right there could destroy the ship. So ooh, almost try to hit me a little bit. The Juggernaut. Those are very, very lethal. As I said, it could sink this whole thing down. It's possible that might happen. That's why they have to get, to be taken out, and I shouldn't get too close to this. Always kind of reminded me of Jaguar, the way it's said. You see, I'm not getting directly up too close to it because he'll fire a lethal weapon at me. Speaking of this reminds me of a fleet. I was thinking, and I remember I had a fleet of pirates. I think last time I did one of these streams, and it was cool. We had a whole fleet together. My ship will certainly need to be repaired after this battle is over with. Wow, I'm surprised my ship's still there. Got really at a distance. It's gonna be close. Alright, good. I got him. So one more, and then I'm gonna go and repair it. Or dock it somewhere. Alright, it's neck at neck. Neck and neck. Alright, here we go. One more. It'll be over with. Alright, we won. I'm gonna dock here. Then I'm gonna go to Cuba. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. Hello, Mary. Hey, you're multitasking without moving. Hilarious. Yeah, alien pirate. I'm trying to see what sword I have to sacrifice. Yeah, shout out to Bubbles. And Bubbles' brother. I like that. A box of bubbles. And Bubbles' mother pearl. I know it looks like I'm being repetitive. I just don't. I want to get the Oriental doll. I'm not too sure what to do here. Okay. Hopefully, I can find a duplicate. All right, I found the duplicate. I'm gonna put this Oriental doll here. All right. Yeah, like Maleficent. Yeah. I need a new profile pic. My horns have grown nicely. Hilarious. All right. All right. So, as I said, I'm going to Cuba now. We're in Cuba. Mary, is Bubbles by you? Earthquake in New York. I don't know anything about that. We'll have to look that up in a little bit. We'll look up the other topics and things. Yeah, and I saw, with the and in chat, people were talking about their opinion about the case and like what the problem it could be from both sides. And then there was like a debate about the phone growing up. The phone would have dropped in the river because of the weight, and some yeah, Alexa was a little bit confused about it, and then I wasn't too sure about what the situation was, and then one of the British friends was telling me like what happened, and I explained it to her. It's like you're supposed to go see if I'm even remembering this right. Supposed to go upriver, but instead went downriver to look for it. But it's like the phone would have sunk and dropped in the midst of the current and the weight. It wouldn't just float away, it would sink. The phone would sink. Oh, I didn't know they're making a new movie. It's very interesting. Oh, I thought you said I just saw the Maleficent return address label. So I'm not too sure what you're talking about. For a minute there, I thought you were saying there's going to be a new movie coming out about it. What do you mean by that, Mary? All right. Oh, yeah, because you're talking about your horns growing, and you like the Maleficent movies and stuff. I think they're interesting too, and so that's why I mentioned that. And then you saw an ad for it. Scared. And that's one of those big Navy ships. and the ship got hit a little bit. All right. Yeah, and also we are going to repair the ship again. I kind of was just going to go to an island, but I got carried away with this for a second. And then I am not going to completely go and dock, but I'm going to go and repair it and go to one of these islands, and then we can get into some of the other stuff. And basically, what we're going to do is I'm going to maybe speed it up a little bit, but the two different power ups that are going on are not completely doing their thing, and because they have to be reloaded. Alright, so I'm not attacking ships this time. Oh. Alright, I'm on the island. Now we're going to use these dolls to attack this thing. Practicing up this power up. Glad for you all watching, listening, and passing through. I appreciate it. Mary says Bowles is on his fresh blanket by the door. Looks like the Venus flytrap monster from that play, and it also looks like from the Nutria Christmas thing. It looks like the virus puppet. Yeah, shots fired, missile launch. Yeah. Oh, I may have shook my leg or something. It may have been the chair. I don't really know what noise you're talking about. But right now I'm attacking this Venus flytrap. This Venus flytrap thing. It's pretty cool. Well, y'all can't even really see it. There you go. Yeah, so with the trials, like, we'll see how the week goes with the trial situation, and we're going to see about the different ones and stuff like that. All right, we're leveling up. Awesome. Oh, there's some pot of gold right here. All right, for some reason the doll isn't working, so we're gonna have to do this. Yeah, you remember that too. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the virus. Give me all your toys. Anytime I heard of a virus or something, I always thought of that thing. That was really a very scary and interesting TV show. I mean, movie. Absolutely. Hmm. Hello, Kaz. Kaz, good to see you. He said, "Hi, everyone. Just finished doing my earthquake forecast. Well, I'll go and check it out later." Now I'm gonna go repair the ship. Yeah, Mary was saying there was an earthquake in New York. I'm gonna look into that after this segment of the show's over with. And Kaz, I hope that you're having a great day and a good week and everything like that. He's saying it was a 4.8. Yeah, okay, thanks. But I'm saying it was 5.5. At least the USGs beeline and downgrade the earthquakes. Ah, okay. That makes sense. They're trying to downgrade the earthquakes. Well, thank you for letting us know about that. That they're rigging the system with earthquakes. Yeah, because they always do stuff like that. They always like to go and downgrade things because they don't want people to be freaked out about the truth. And I'm sure other reasons, other diabolical reasons as well, besides that. Whoa. A ship just came out of nowhere and is right next to my ship. I don't know why it's next to my ship. I did nothing to this ship and it's like up in my face. What on earth? Oh, awesome, Kaz. That sounds fun. That went better than usual. Yeah, I don't know. I think the ship's trying to attack me. I have to get out. I have to get out of here. I don't know. They must have it in for me for other things I did a long time ago. Okay, we're getting out. We're getting out. Okay. Thankfully, I had no damage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Port Royal or Tortuga. I'm going to go to Tortuga. There's the moon right there. All right. So let's see. Going to Tortuga. I thought it said Harbor. It reminded me of Harbor Freight. People have been seeing a lot of ads for them. Oh. Right. Right. Yeah, because people have been seeing a lot of Harbor Freight ads. All right, there's just so many ships I gotta destroy them. So anyway, basically, Kaz says I have Midwest, Southeast, and California on watch for 3 to 6 next week. Well, thank you for the updates about that. I'll pull up the that in very shortly. I will pull up the info about the earthquake situation. All right, you see all of them attacking me at once. It's causing the ship some damage. Okay, we're gonna do that. All right, I got that sunk. Now I'm gonna go to Tortuga. Glad you all are watching and chilling. Everything's going good. Now, Kaz, do you think that the California earthquake can cause a tsunami over there? I'd be interested to know your thoughts about that, because sometimes, like, because from my understanding, an earthquake can cause a tsunami. It's like a bounty hunter right there, or something like that. Nice wallpaper, nice background. All right, we're heading straight for Tortuga. Collision. Well, they fired. We gotta fire back. Okay, Mary, thanks. Nuclear. Boom. Alright, bam. Nice. We're about to go and sink this. In a moment, we're going to the thing about the earthquakes. Alright, bam. Okay. Tortuga, where are you? Alright, so we're all going to Tortuga. Full steam ahead. Your collision. Hey, Kaz says no, only if it's offshore coast of California. That has to be a 7 to 9 range earthquake, in my opinion. Okay, Kaz, thank you for the information about that. Because I wasn't sure. Alright, got a catapult. Nice morning. Alright, this is Tortuga. We got all the pirates and people here doing things. Alright, so I'm going to go out and repair the ship. And oh, I walk around a little bit. Then I'll do that. So it's the morning. Morning time, Tortuga. Kaz says yes for a large one since 2018 ish. July 4th, Ridge Crest 7.1. In Los Angeles, directly years since the 90s of 6 to 7 range. Okay, thanks. Alright, so we're walking through Tortuga and about to go back into the other part of the game. This kind of walking through the city. Really nice in here. It's been a while since I've been on land. Oh, this is the trading company office. Very interesting. So, like those ships we see with the checkerboard sails and all those different ships, like this is their headquarters on Tortuga. It's morning right now, and they have all the windows boarded. All right, very nice, very nice. All right, so yeah, we're doing more repairs in the ship, and then after this repair, I'm gonna go look up the earthquake stuff about New York. All right. Also, Kaz, there's this new cat called E.T. Alien Cat. Both are his name, and it was a cat that I was feeding, and my mom was feeding, and very nice. The cat would follow me around and the family outside and would walk with me when I would walk back and forth outside. And then what the cat would do is, I want the cat to come in because it couldn't come in when it wasn't fixed. So the cat is fixed now, and just yesterday it was fixed, and now the cat's inside with the other cats. So I'm glad for the new cat that we have. All right, that's how you do it. Okay, and then that'll be it. The ship will be repaired. And I'm gonna dock. Now I'm gonna dock at the port. Here we go. All right. Now we're gonna look at the different things. Excuse me. One moment. All right, everybody. We are about to go and look at. I'm gonna make it a little brighter in here. Here we go. We're gonna go to. Perfect. All right, hello everybody. We're about to go into the next part of the show when I talk about some different things with the some earthquakes and stuff like that, and I'll look at the title to see what else we have to do. All right. All right. Window. All right. Here we are. So shout out to the spaceship cats we got here. Okay, so New York earthquake. All right, so Kaz was saying that was most likely 5.5, but they're saying it's 4.8. Mary says, I wonder how long it had been since one in California. Alright, 4.0 magnitude aftershock recorded in New Jersey. An aftershock of preliminary magnitude 4.0 has struck just southwest of Gladstone, New Jersey, according to the United States Geological Survey. It happened about 5:59 p.m. ET, Eastern Standard Time. The aftershock comes nearly 8 hours after the main shock of believed to be 5.5, but they say it's 4.8 magnitude this morning. There have been at least 10 aftershocks, though most were a 1.8 to a 2.2 magnitude range. No injuries or major damage in Northeast after morning quake in New Jersey. What to know to get caught up. Alright. A 4.8 magnitude earthquake rattled buildings across parts of U.S. Northeast on Friday morning, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, with tremors felt from Washington, D.C. to New York City to Maine. It was the third largest earthquake recorded in the area in the last 5 decades, and the strongest in New Jersey in more than 240 years, the USGS said, but with authorities reporting little to no damage and minimal travel distributions, people soon resumed their everyday lives. Kaz says there's 2 earthquakes in New Jersey. Well, earlier he said in California, in Los Angeles directly it's been years, 90s, 6 to 7. And he said most of the earthquakes are natural. Here's what to know. New Jersey Governor Phil Murray said there are limited reports of damage and little to no injuries in the state. The USGS recorded at least 6 aftershock in the limited area initial earthquake. In an area more than 30 miles from the epicenter, 3 neighboring homes in Newark were evacuated after residents reported structural damage, according to Newark Public Safety Director Fritz Frage. New York, this is in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul said there were no life-threatening situations after the earthquake and no reports of damaged buildings. There was one report of gas line leak, but so far there's no major infrastructure impact, state officials said. New York City Mayor Eric Adams also said there there has been there has okay there have not been any reports and injuries, and told people to go about their normal day. Additionally, all aspects of New York City transit system were operating safely, said Metropolitan Transport Authority CEO Jano Lieber. Philadelphia. Philadelphia Police Department received over 200 calls from 911 in a very short period of 20 minutes following the earthquake, according to Commissioner Kevin J. Bethel, but there were no injuries reported and the city mayor Shirley L. Parker said. Connecticut. State officials did not report any significant damage. Emergency management officials said their operations center was partially activated as agencies inspected key infrastructure. Infrastructure. I said it right before. I don't know. Okay, why I didn't think I said it right. Okay, in points. Travel runways at the three main airports servicing New York City area were inspected and cleared according to the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Port Authority said there were no operational or physical impacts of the bridges and tunnels. Amtrak said in transits where running at normal speeds after restrictions were put in place for track inspections. Widespread impact. The shaking was felt by millions of people across hundreds of miles of the Northeast. The phenomenon made more likely by a few factors, including the geology of the region itself. According to USGS, rocks of the eastern U.S. are more older, denser, and harder, making them more effective conduits of the seismic energy released by earthquake, allowing to travel and more potent from long distance. Alright, Kaz says, Mary, in California, there was one last night at a 4.4 north of Sacramento, California. Well, thank you, Kaz, for the update. I didn't know that. Got some earthquakes going on. We call the USGS USBS. Yeah. Alright. At least 6 aftershocks recorded following the New Jersey earthquake, USGS reports. There have been at least 6 aftershocks in the hours following the New Jersey earthquake Friday morning, according to United States Geological Survey data. The initial earthquake was felt in northern New Jersey just before 10:30 a.m. ET, and the aftershocks were all recorded in the immediate area of the earthquake. USGS said, according to USGS, the largest of the 6 aftershock was 2.2 magnitude recorded just after 1:30 p.m. ET. Here is the timeline. 10:23 a.m. The initial 4.8 magnitude earthquake occurred. 11:20 a.m. 2.0 magnitude aftershock. 11:37 a.m. 1.8 magnitude aftershock. 11:49 a.m. 2.0 magnitude aftershock. 12:31 p.m. 1.8 magnitude aftershock. 1:14 p.m. 2.0 magnitude aftershock. 1:32 p.m. 2.2 magnitude aftershock. New York Governor Kathy Hochul said in a social media post that aftershocks of these size are normal and are not expected to cause further damage. The governor said there has been no reports of injuries of damage. When earthquake rattled buildings across When an earthquake rattled buildings across the Northeast Friday morning, stunned residents described initially thinking a passing tractor trailer of a freight train was passing them before they realized it was something more. There were reports of 4.8 magnitude earthquake being felt in Philadelphia. To New York City, according to U.S. Geological Survey. Casimirio, last he says, last I checked it was 19 earthquakes for New Jersey. That's a lot. Wow. Wow. Three three neighboring homes in three neighboring homes in Newark, New Jersey, have been evacuated after residents reported structural damage following this morning's earthquake, according to the local public safety director. Newark Public Safety Director Fitz Frage told CNN no injuries have been reported after the firefighters responded to reports of damage at the homes in areas more than 30 miles from the earthquake epicenter. He said 10 families were relocated from the buildings, including 25 adults and 3 children. Frage added that all Newark City buildings, included City Hall recreation centers, are closed. He said the city is inspecting buildings for any potential damage and power outages. Also in New Jersey's Essex County in Montclair, officials believe the earthquake caused a water main break, according to an update from the Office of Emergency Management of the township. Montclair, the OME said the Water Bureau is working to repair the lines. Hello, Capri. Good to see you. Welcome. She says, hello, my friend. I'm headed off to bed, but had to jump in to say hello. You deserve so much love here. Thank you, Capri. I'm glad that you came over to tell myself and the others hello. All right. The Montclair OME said authorities have conducted a damage assessment of the township and there are no signs of the damaged infrastructure, and all schools and municipal properties report no damage. All right. So today's earthquake was the strongest in New Jersey in more than 240 years. And Capri's from the trial chat that I was talking about earlier. Mary is my mom. The rare 4.8 earthquake that struck northern New Jersey Friday was the third strongest strike the state, according to CNN analysts of the U.S. Geological Survey data. The Friday morning earthquake also marked the strongest since 1783, more than 240 years ago. Two 5.1 magnitude tremblers are the only stronger quakes in the state, one in 1755 and another in 1783. Both happened before New Jersey became a state in December 1787, but happened in a geographical area that now compromises the state's boundaries. The quake is the third strongest to hit the Northeast in 50 years and the 10th strongest of all time in the region, USGS data shows. Earthquakes in New Jersey and the region are rare. There have only been 24 earthquakes of 2.5 magnitude of the greater in New Jersey since 1700. Earthquake rattles the Northeast. A 4.8 magnitude earthquake struck the northeastern United States on Friday. The strongest shaking was felt near the epicenter in northern New Jersey, and reports indicate the quake could have been felt as far south as parts of Maryland, Delaware, and Washington, D.C. Yeah, so that's the map of where these earthquakes are going on. And that's a large area. And we have all these different areas in the surrounding region. Thank you, Capri. She says to Mary, "Your son is one of the kindest, funniest, intelligent souls ever." Thank you, Capri. Very nice. And Pennsylvania, it stretches across to New York State, New Jersey. Yeah, and that's a big area. That's a really big area for those earthquakes. And like I wouldn't think of an earthquake happening in New York in that region, but now I think about it, I don't see why not. It's just something I've not heard of before. All aspects of New York City transit system operating safely after the earthquake, MTA chief says. All aspects of New York City transit system are operating safely following this morning's earthquake. The Metropolitan Transport Authority, which runs the city's subway and other forms of public transit, said MTA Chair and CEO Jano Lieber said every part of the transit system operated safely during the earthquake as well. He said initially, facility inspectors have been completed, including inspections of the 7 bridges of the MTA operate. I want to emphasize those were designed to withstand much stronger seismic impact than we were experienced today, he added. According to the MTA website, MTA bridges and tunnels B and T serves more than 900,000 vehicles on average day. On an average day, in 2019, it carried more traffic than any bridge and tunnel authority in the nation, more than 329 million vehicles, the MTA says. Lieber said the MTA frontline staff had been directed to report any abnormalities in the system, but he said nothing had been flagged so far. There is a low likelihood of aftershocks following today's quake, New York City's emergency chief says. There is a low likelihood of aftershocks following Friday's 4.8 magnitude earthquake that rattled several northeastern cities. In New York City Emergency Management Commissioner Zachary Icecole said. Icecole, however, urged New Yorkers to remain vigilant. If you are outside during the aftershock, please move to an open area away from the buildings, trees, and power lines. If you are driving, pull over to a safe location, he said at the news conference Friday alongside the New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Icecole said there was Icecole urged New Yorkers to remain vigilant. That he also says there are no major impacts or safety events related to the earthquake, and added that New Yorkers can call 311 to report any damage. Interesting. The quake, he said, triggered the activation of the city's emergency response team and promoted officials to issue guidance to the public. We activated our protocols for this earthquake. We immediately began coordinating with all city, state, and federal and our utility partners. Public notifications were sent out both by notify the New York City in our wireless emergency alert system, he said. New Yorkers are not accustomed to earthquakes, governor says. That's obvious because I never heard of them before in that region. New York Governor Kathy Hochul gave some earthquake safety tips following Friday's 4.8 earthquake that struck the area, noting people in the Northeast are not issued to dealing with quakes. New Yorkers are not accustomed to having earthquakes in our state. Hochul said everyone should continue to take this seriously. If there is an aftershock, people are encouraged to drop and cover and hold, drop to the floor, cover your neck, and hold onto something that is sturdy, he said. There are no reports of damaged buildings at this time, but Hochul urged New Yorkers to take caution around buildings, especially high rises, if there are any aftershocks. Hochul added, if you hear shifting or any noises, unusual noises, leave your home, go outside. She urged New Yorkers to inspect their homes for damage, including checking all walls, doors, floors, and windows, and inspecting water lines and gas lines. Alright, the page is working. New Jersey earthquake was the third largest in the Northeast in the last 50 years, according to the USGS. A 4.8 magnitude earthquake that rattled buildings across parts of Northeast Friday morning was the third largest earthquake recorded in the area in the last 50 years, according to the data from the U.S. Geological Survey. The largest, a 5.3 magnitude earthquake, happened in ASSV Forks, New York, in 2002. The Northeast's April 5th earthquake was the third largest recorded in the state area, the U.S., in the last 50 years. Earthquakes with a magnitude of 4.0 or greater recorded in the northeastern U.S. since 1970. Mayor Eric Adams says New Yorkers should go about their normal day after quake. And this is an update from 13 hours ago. New York City Mayor Eric Adams said there were no reports of major damage to infrastructure, no reports to injuries following the earthquake in neighboring New York Friday morning. Shaking was felt widely throughout the city, where many residents are unaccustomed to the event relative mild earthquakes. To even mild earthquakes, so they're saying the New Yorkers are not accustomed to those mild earthquakes. New Yorkers should go about their normal day, Adams said. All said at a news briefing, first responder are working to make sure the city is safe. Adams said there is no concerns for school buildings following the earthquake, and the safest place for students is to remain in school. Remain at school. At this point, we do not have any reports of major impacts to our infrastructures or injuries, Adams said, but of course, we are still assessing the situation and continue to update the public. All right. Let's see. Earthquake fell during the United Nations meeting. Oh. This morning, earthquake in New Jersey was briefly felt at the United Nations headquarters in New York during the briefing on the war in the Middle East. A meeting at the UN Security Council came to brief pause as the CEO of humanitarian organization briefed officials situation in Gaza. Hello, Sarah, which is here there. I'm glad to see you in chat. It has been quite the week. Absolutely. And Sarah says to Capri, hello and very true. Nice. Nice. Alright, so it was felt at the United Nations, and Biden spoke with New Jersey governor about Friday's quake, White House says. President Joe Biden spoke with the New Jersey governor, Phil Murphy. It's not Murray, it's Murphy. I kept on saying Murray before. About Friday's earthquake, according to the White House. The president said the administration is in touch with the state and local officials and will provide assistance if needed. The White House added, the Federal Emergency Management Agency is in touch with the New York governor's office, according to the Homeland Security spokesperson. Earlier Friday, press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre posted on social media that the president had been briefed on the earthquake and was monitoring the potential impacts. Homeland Security Secretary Alessandro Mayorkas also said the Department of monitoring the aftermath. The epicenter of the magnitude earthquake was just northeast of Lebanon, New Jersey, less than 50 miles west of the city. And Sarah says hi to Kaz and Mary. Single gas line leak reported in New York following the earthquake, officials say. New York officials say there has only been a single report of a gas line leak so far in the wake of the quake that rhymed, that hit the area, but so far there's no major infrastructure impact. New York's director of the state operations, Catherine Garcia, said the quake was significantly bigger than ones that are typically felt in the state of New York or occur and actually are not felt. While highly unusual in the state of New York, we do actually have fault lines, Garcia said. The state is tracking whether there are any increases in hospitalizations or vehicle accidents, none of which have been reported at this time. There was one gas leak reported in Rockland County, which is north of New York City and on the west side of the Hudson River. But other than that, there doesn't seem yet to be a major infrastructure impact. New York State Division of Homeland Security and Energy Services Jackie Bray added. There was a gas leak. Wondered. Yeah, and it was a 4.8, Sarah. But they're saying Kaz was saying he does stuff with earthquakes. He was saying that it was likely a 5.5, but the media is downplaying it, and the higher ups are downplaying it. Because they usually do that. The how they try to hide and censor things. Flights resume at Newark Airport following ground stop. Because it's like they're saying it's a little earthquake that wasn't too severe, but not enough for people to go flying. Flights are now arriving and departing from Newark Liberty International Airport in the New York City area after being paused due to Friday morning, Quake officials said. Yeah, and Sarah says thanks, Kaz, for the reports. Facts. The air traffic control tower was evacuated, and controllers moved to nearby location that evacuated. And the Port Authority runaway inspections caused flights to be held for a short time earlier in the day. The Federal Aviation Administration says flights may be delayed 45 minutes into Newark. The ground stop is holding plans that haven't yet left for Newark from departing. Earlier Friday, New York Governor Kathy Hochul announced the full ground stop of Newark Airport. Meanwhile, Hochul said Amtrak, the rail company with train service throughout the Northeast, and the MTA, which runs New York's public transportation, include the subway system, were both on full schedule with no disruption at the time. Um, Amtrak had said earlier that it initiated some speed restrictions while inspected its tracks. Why the Northeast is more vulnerable to widespread intense shaking. Shaking from a preliminary 4.8 magnitude earthquake centered in northern New Jersey was felt by millions of people across hundreds of miles of northeast on Friday from Washington, D.C. region in New England, a phenomenon made more likely by a few factors including geologic, geolo- geology of the region itself, according to U.S. Geological Survey. The quake was shallow, occurring just 5 kilometers beneath the Earth's surface. This is an extreme end of what the USGS considered a shallow earthquake, 0 to 70 kilometers deep. The energy released by an earthquake is blunted by distance, so a shallower quake of the same magnitude as a deeper one will produce much more intense shaking at the surface. The unique characteristics of the rocks that make up the Earth's crust and mantle of the eastern U.S. also play a role in how far the most intense waves of seismic energy can travel. Rocks here are much older and denser and harder compressed by time than they are in the West. According to the USGS, this makes them more effective conduits of the seismic energy released by the earthquake, allowing it to travel in a more potent from over longer distances. Buildings are also older in the northeast therefore may not be designed to the latest earthquake code. The USGS notes this particularly a concern for shorter buildings like houses. Earthquakes tend to shake in faster back and forth motion in east compared to west, which puts smaller buildings more at risk for damage, the USGS notes. Sarah, hope that your day's been going well. All right. All right. Earthquake shaking felt from New England to Washington, D.C. region. Shaking from Monday's earthquake was felt as far as Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and also far south as Washington, D.C. region, according to reports submitted in the U.S. Geological Survey. About 9,000 people felt strong shaking near the epicenter in New Jersey, which is described by USGS as felt by all and can move heavy furniture and cause slight damage. Sarah says, thanks. Just busy with the home projects. You all as well loved yesterday's live. And not but appreciates me covering the earthquakes. Yes, you're welcome. And as I was saying, close to 300,000 people felt a moderate shaking which could be strong enough to break windows or cause dishes to fall. More than 23 million people felt a light shaking, which is felt by most people and can cause cars to rock noticeably and cause a sensation like truck striking a building. And also, Sarah, yeah, because last night, I did the live and I enjoyed it, and I met some new subscribers and some new people. It was really nice. And also, I saw E.T. the alien cat earlier. He's doing fine. He's in his new cage, and it's like a little apartment for cats. And the cat's chilling in there and eating his food and enjoying himself. And also, another thing is that I had a headache earlier, really bad, and the trials and stuff I was watching, and some drama and things that were happening, just all together. It was a long week, and I had a little bit of a headache. I could barely move. Then I took some medicine, drank a lot of water, and prayed about it, and here I am in one piece. Yeah, and Sarah says, awesome new subs. Great, he is back home after the vet. Yeah, he was brought home today. My grandparents, they went and got him. I was here. And also, the the doctor that did it, Dr. McSweeney did it. He's at the vet. It's a vet that we've been using since before I was born. And basically, what happened was the people, the vet's a very good vet, and he did a good job, the, the doctor there. And after Mary gets triggered by this, but after Katrina, the cats were brought there and to be, rescued. And then also before Katrina, my family had them. It's a very good vet, and it's a cool place over there. There's like a mall across from the vet. Very cool place. And sorry for that. Alleluia. Will also pray. Okay, thank you, Sarah. And Sarah says, so nice to have a long time vet. Had to be very hard during Katrina. Yes, yes, it was. Yes. My grandpa did a good job with rescuing the cats. They were here. And also, thank you, Sarah, for preying on the headaches. Also, sometimes I'll get some allergies. Sometimes I get stomach sick. And, but thank the Lord that I continue to have good health. And we all have good health. And I continue to have miraculous health and protection, and same to all of you as well. So, that was basically a cool day. And also, I'm going to be cutting some grass tomorrow, and the grass likes to grow high. Like, I'll cut it, and then, like, a day later, it grows very tall again. And grandparents' grass is like that. It grows tall after I cut it. And it's like, I'm not doing anything, it rains a lot. And the weather here, it makes things grow very fast. New York City public schools are continuing to operate following earthquake. New York City public schools are continuing to operate following this morning's earthquake, and there is no need for parents to report to the schools, officials posted on X. There is no indication that the city's public schools were compromised, officials added. Sarah, it's possible it was the allergies. Basically, the allergies, sometimes have I'll have allergy attacks in the lungs a little bit. It hasn't really happened anymore, but sometimes I'll have that. And maybe it was some pollen or something could have caused me to have a headache. It's possible some allergies like that. Or it could have been that, and maybe I think I drank enough water, but maybe I didn't. It could have been the overwhelming trials and the different things that the whole week was a really, really long week. It could have been a combination of different things. But that's possible Sarah could have been that. Yeah, pollen. Yeah, true pollen, she says. Yes. It really smells nice outside. It smells like a bunch of flowers outside. Thank you, Sarah, for the prayers. Yeah. And also, I know it's heaven on earth. Aroma, chimes, trains, cats, and gardens. Yes. And something I forgot to mention earlier is so in one of the trials they're calling different jurors. And it was taking a little while. It was taking like a couple of days. One of the jurors was in Florida during the Bundy trial, during when he was getting the death penalty. And then we were talking about that in chat because I studied about him because I'm in the criminology stuff a long time ago, and I still study that. Obviously, I do things like that because I like them, and just a hobby of mine. And yeah, that was interesting to see about that. And Kathy, the friend of mine, her and I were talking about him and the different stuff we know about it. Because with the internet and YouTube, new things come out, and it's important for people to be aware of their surroundings and know about things because there's some nefarious people out there. Yeah. Oh yeah, yes, it is stressful for jurors, absolutely. And the YSL trial, which is about Young Thug, the rapper, and there'll be this. the judge gets angry, and then Steele, the attorney, he defends himself and gets angry, and everybody, they'll go back and forth, and then chat goes back and forth, and they'll have these trolls that try to attack my friends, and you have, in my opinion, maybe some people that impersonate some friends of mine to try to trick us. It's just a wild stuff in general. I kind of skewed some of the information, like say the people impersonating other people. That is the trial I was at today. But the other one, the YSL, the Young Thug one, I'm getting a little bit eclectic here. That one will start again soon, but they take long breaks because there's a lot of drama that goes on, and the judge said he didn't want to do it during the Super Bowl next year because they just keep on taking a lot of time. Yeah. And also, yeah, I'm excited about spring. But as I said, the grass grows very fast here, and my grandma has to understand that. She has to understand that it's like when the grass, it grows back and it grows back, and it's like I did cut it correctly. It's just that it grows back very quickly, and that's why they colonized the South. They wanted, because the cotton and different things, it grows very fast here, but everything else grows faster. And Sarah says, don't like that fake identity. Oh yeah, exactly. And also, yeah, and the fake identity, because one of my friends, she was talking to Kathy, and it's like, I'm like, the Kathy we talked to has a green profile picture, and she was like, yeah. And the real Kathy came in. It's like SpongeBob when you have the fake Mr. Krabs. That's a machine clearly created by Plankton, and then you have the real Mr. Krabs. Yeah, every day the grass is growing and it sucks, but although the garden's growing every day. Yeah, I went over there today and tonight, and the daikon got even bigger. Especially the sunflowers, they grow like wild, man. They grow, when they start growing like they're growing now, they kick off and get really big. They grow up to the sky. Last time I grew them was in 2020. Oh, yes, yes, I can report the fakes. At the same time, it's good to tell that the person is really impersonating the other person for certain, or it wasn't just a random person with the same name. But yeah, they can be reported, and that's a good idea. Something I didn't think of at the time. Yeah, but I don't know if they have a feature to report for impersonating someone else. I don't know if they had that feature on there. Yeah, and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey warns potential aftershock following earthquake. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey said it experienced strong vibrations following Comfort Friday's 4.8 magnitude earthquake and warned potential aftershock. Aftershocks may be felt throughout the remainder of the day. And Port Authority, New York and New Jersey said in a statement. And Sarah says something really interesting right here. And sunflowers here used to remember people lost in like earthquakes or tsunamis. That's very interesting because we're talking about earthquakes and tsunamis right now. And Kaz was saying like a 7 or point 1 or higher earthquake off the coast of a place would cause a tsunami. We were specifically talking about California. All right. Yeah, so basically with the earthquake, it wasn't serious, but you have these reports about these aftershocks and different things like that. Yeah, and about the rail service is being slowed the northeast due to earthquakes. The train service is being slowed. The 4.8 magnitude earthquake in it rattled the northeast this morning. Amtrak said starting inspecting its tracks shortly after 11 a.m. Eastern and put speed restrictions in place throughout the region until those inspections were complete. New Jersey Transit said there would be 20 minutes up to 20-minute delays in both directions due to bridge inspections after the quake. Newark light rail service was suspended system wide according to New Jersey Transit River Line light rail service. Meanwhile, as suspended in both directions between Waterfront Entertainment Center and Trenton due to track inspections. Yeah, Bubbles, I don't know what that is. What that noise was. I woke you up too. Yeah. Yeah, so they need to check all that, and all the people are okay. There was just some earthquakes going on, but it wasn't major. And just going through, I was going through different news about that. And also, basically, yeah, it's an eye opener. Yeah, and I want to say like this is kind of random, but like I was eating some peanuts my grandpa gave me. He likes eating peanuts, and he gave me some. He gave me some treats from the grocery store when he went. He gave me a bag of avocados and some bananas and things like that. So that was nice of him. And also, we, that was nice. I enjoyed that and some other snacks and stuff. And also, there was this thing going on where as I was saying, that was the peanuts and things like that. Now, speaking of peanuts, I was about to say my great uncle he grew peanuts, and I was like flabbergasted. It's like it's a root. The peanuts are a root, and I was like, wow. I was stunned. I didn't know there it was a root plant. And I was like, he's pulled this plant out, and it has all these peanuts under it. It was really really crazy. Wow. I don't really remember, Sarah. Do they have like peanuts in Japan? Do they use them in Japan too? Any like traditional dishes or anything? I don't really remember. Oh, okay. They love them mostly as a snack. Okay. Peanut brittle they like. Okay. Mmm. Snacks mixed with wasabi. I haven't. I have to. Shout out to the spaceship cats. I have to grow that. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. I haven't grown this yet, but I'm gonna start growing the wasabi plant. Peanuts and wasabi powder mix. Yeah, it'll be awesome. It will. And I'm thankful you told me about the daikon. That's so cool. I'm growing a plant from Asia. And also want to say about the earthquake subject. I talked about it, and I covered. We're finished about the earthquake in New Jersey. So just to put a closing, to give closure about that one. All right. Sarah says, I always wondered why my grandpa yelled not to put peanut shells in mouth because of the ground and who knows how it was washed. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I know you're not supposed to eat the shells. You'll watch from start later. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Yes, this is what I'm growing right now. They look like white carrots. Oh, it tastes like mild or strong radish. All right. All right. I was thinking of something really funny for a second. That's why I kind of like paused. I was thinking of something. It's like if the grass gets high, you have to blame me, the white man. If anything goes wrong, it's my fault. Blame the white man. And also, she's saying something. I'm going to read it. Think depends on when harvest. Yes, yes. When a radish is harvested young, it's sweeter. When it's bigger, it's more of a stronger taste. Also, the really big ones, when they get really big, I read it's best to cook them. These specific ones. Yeah, blame the daikon. Blame the white radish. Yeah, it's his fault. Hilarious. All right, tastes like mild or strong radish. Think it depends on harvested. Forgot. You can cut the chunks and cook water and miso. You can cut it in chunks and cook it. I don't get this right. It's getting to me. All right, so you can cut it in chunks and cook it in water and miso. That sounds delicious. Blame the daikon. And you can also cook the green tops near the daikon. Cook, cool, put on ponzu. We're going to look up what in the world that is. Of course, I'm in the wrong window, so it's not going to show me the right window. Ponzu Sunzu, Art of War Zoo, in the zoo. Oh, that looks delicious. I, I. And didn't know this. I picked him. Oh, you can buy kunbu powder. Okay, we're going to look what in the world that is too. Shout out to Sarah for teaching me new things. That looks like some sort of seaweed. I don't know what in the world this is exactly. I don't even know what this is. Yeah, I thought it was a seaweed. That has to be a seaweed. I've eaten the seaweed stuff before. It's a seaweed. If it's not seaweed, I'm lost. Yeah, that's what it is. Nice. I'm making myself some Japanese food right here with Chef Sarah. Oh, okay. Husband here asking a lot of questions. He's doing PC works, or he would call in. Okay, I look forward to him doing that at some point. Yes. If you buy like that, cook it in water, make dashin broth. And cool and eat kunbu. Okay, dashi. Alright, we're gonna go to dashi. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Alright, so dashi. That is too salty, so wash off the brine, aka sea salt, first. Then boil in water. If you buy like that, cook in water, make dashi broth. And cool and eat the kanbu. Sorry, dashi. That is salty, so. Wash off the brine, aka sea salt, first. Then boil in water. He always says soup, always say, we say broth, LO. You can buy kunbu dashi powder easier and cheaper. Okay, I will. Yeah, you could buy anything online. Maybe I'll put some pepper powder in there too. From South America. Oh, the I'm gonna go on like a derail. We're gonna still talk about this. I'm gonna derail a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you all. And we have the wrong window open again. It's supposed to be the whatever this Chrome, but we're still talking about Japanese food, and I still want her to talk about Japanese food. So what we're going to do here, we're going to go and say ghost pepper origin. It's a hybrid, Caspian Chinese and Caspian fruit sense. Or the origin, which is not technically the origin, it originates from the Caribbean somewhere, the ghost pepper, but they brought it to India. So northeast India, especially in Assam, Inupar, and Nag Adian. I said that totally wrong, actually. Nagayed. It says northern India, but it's really from the Caribbean. It's saying it's origin from India, okay, but it's not really from India in my opinion. I read it. It's from the Caribbean. Yeah, pirate peppers. Oh, peach ghost pepper. Yeah. When were ghost peppers brought to India? Ah, here we go. Let's see how this goes. How the Bhut Joloki Lokai go to India. Which I'm still going to go back to the Japanese food in a moment. Right. It's fitting that a British lord should be the one to carry the hottest chili pepper in the world from Trinidad to India in 1854 by stumbling on it, entering an obscure Indian encyclopedia during the Google book search. Here's the story. First caused medium India plant, scientists proclaimed the title world's hottest pepper. We tracked the development and the quest immediately arose. Where did this pepper originate? It was pretty clear Trinidad. And the person said, my theory, the plant transfer held that Indian immigration to Trinidad. And now they're saying it's from India, but I remember it's from Caribbean, but I want to go prove that at some point. Ah, here we go. Okay, I'm not. Here we go. I'm being fact checked, and I'm being fact checked as correct again. Working on a major project to collect many 18th and 19th century chili pepper descriptions I can find to add to ever growing archive the chili pepper material posted in Supersite during a search for the Caribbean Caspian between 1700 and 1910. This quote popped up. One species called the devil's pepper, introduced by Lord Harris from Trinidad, is intensely hot. Natives hardly imagine to use it. It was from the Encyclopedia of India, the Eastern Southern Asia. So, yeah, it was from the Caribbean, and then they brought it over everywhere. Like they would grind it up and make it into spices, and like say, like in England especially, it's real. They have really boring, bland, depressing food over there, and it's really dark and rainy all the time. So you have this kind of. We put some of this spicy stuff, like you put the powder in a soup, or we'll put it in the broth. You put it in, the fish or the chips and the different things, and it's more interesting. So that's why they went down here, and you have these like Indians and these Native people, these Native Americans, and everybody's just like looking. They got a spear, and he's like throwing it at like at a tree, but it's like, hey, I want some peppers, and the guy said, okay, here you go. Yeah, Caribbean Caspianism. These are some more Caribbean peppers. Yeah, it's recent history. Oh, top second from the left. Oh, okay. Caspian, these Chinese ones. All peppers originate from the Americas. They're not originated from Asia. They're brought to Asia. So, like, say they're like, hey, I want to grow some more peppers in this giant place called Asia. I could grow them. Good in ramen. Eat too many, become a ghost. Funny. All right. Also, I'm going to show you all the habanero peppers. Okay. Okay. Trinidad. Okay. Before I go there, like all Caspianism, the habanero pepper originated in Meso or South America, most likely the Amazon basin or nearby coastal regions. So this is from the Amazon. So those peppers originate from here. Yeah, different region. The habanero peppers got to me for some reason. In different region. Yeah, yeah. So basically, that's the region they come from. Humpback whale washed ashore in the Amazon. Mysterious. Yeah, that is mysterious. Yeah, half of South America. Yeah. Yeah, alien work. Yeah, certainly. That's what it seems like. Absolutely. Also, I want to show you something. It says And Trinidad. This is where the ghost pepper originates from in the Caribbean. Yes, yes, facts. Facts. Yeah, facts, Sarah. Casimiro says hello to Sarah. Yeah, so that's where the ghost pepper is a pirate pepper. Let's see. All right, this is the whale in the Amazon. Let's go see if we can find anything on this. Oh, in South America, they use that pepper to cure migraines. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. Yes, you're correct, Sarah. They do that. And we have how a dead humpback whale ended up in a mangrove forest. So, yeah, you have this whale that ended up in the Amazon. When local fishermen were walking through a mangrove forest in Brazil, they came across something that shouldn't be there: the carcass of a humpback whale. The baby whale was likely lost at sea and died of starvation or something or unknown causes, according to nonprofit research group Bicho Diagua. Diagua. The tides washed the whale's body to shore at Aruna, Arunia Beach in the city shore. The city of Soray, said the Bicho Diagua. Oceanographer Mayura Suusa. It's located on the island of Marajo, which sits the mouth of the Amazon River. During this season, the tide normally rises twice a day to almost 4 meters, 13 feet, and floods the mangrove forest, bringing lots of trash, including trash from ships from a lot of places in the world, Soecia said. This explains why inflated carcass due to the gas's decomposition was dragged into the mangrove forest, she said. Yeah, as Sarah said, it's, in my opinion, it probably could have been aliens that did this and brought it there. That just makes no sense. Like they were doing some experiment. I know that's far out for everybody, okay? But that seems like a very likely scenario with a tinfoil hat on. The 26-foot whale likely died 4 or 5 days before fishermen found it in the mangroves on Friday, she added. The fishermen notified the research group of the whale's carcass, which lays some 50 feet from shore. Whales like this one are common in the South Atlantic, but not usually at this time of year, so Yusa said. The whales that come to the coast of Brazil to mate typically spend their winters in Antarctica. This is one that could be a North Atlantic whale, she added. Researchers are performing DNA tests to determine where the humpback came from. The Federal University of Paris Pathology Laboratory is performing the necropsy, an autopsy performed on an animal. The results available 20 days will give the researchers a better idea what caused this. All right. There's like no tide or anything there. Yeah, story sounds fishy. Yeah, that's something Billy would say. And yeah, so basically, yeah, in the middle of the Amazon jungle, where there's no tide or anything, this thing just appears there. You're welcome, Sarah. My pleasure. My pleasure. That's them hauling it off. And this is the type of whale. Is he's like that's a picture of him, like when he's in the water. All right, you see that right there. Wow. This is like the UFO picked it up and it dropped it there. Crazy. It was on the beach, sure, it wouldn't matter, but it's in the middle of a jungle somewhere. That really doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they are beautiful. I agree. All right. So this is Dashi, right? This is Dashi. All right, yeah, they sell Dashi powder. And that's the seaweed. Hola, Latina. Good to see you. And so basically, this is the seaweed, and you could buy the seaweed, you know, yeah. So you buy the seaweed and the different stuff like that. All right, so Latina's listening. Well, thank you, Latina, for listening and letting us know what's going on. All right. Yeah, Walmart sells it. Yeah, a lot of people sell it. So basically, with the seaweed, oh, that's from sardines. I didn't know that. Dashi sardines. But a fish broth, add that and kunbu and yum. Nibushi dashi is made by pinching off the head of the entrails of a small dried sardines to prevent bitterness and soaking the rest in water. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. Dashi and kombu. That reminds me of. I know it's an Asian thing, but it reminds me of a word like gumbo. There's kombu and gumbo. Yeah, it's like a little different than what you usually would get. That's pretty cool. And then you got some like spinach in there. Hey, Way of the Road. I was thinking about you earlier. Good to see you, man. Glad you're able to tell us hello during the late night special. And the noise you're hearing is the chair making noises. I'm sitting in. I'm just kind of like moving back and forth, and it's making noises. Yeah. So yeah, and don't add key brew. Okay. It would be Cumbro. Cumbo. Cumbro. And yeah, so that's a very great dish. Thanks. And also you put the daikon in there. Oh, that's great. That's great. What a coincidence. Well, glad that you got some. You're looking at food, then you came over here and found this. Now we're just chatting about different things. Yeah, so basically, she's saying that with the seaweed mixed together is delicious. And I missed something she said. She said dried sardines and almonds slices together, popular snack here. Thank you, Sarah. I never even thought of that. All right. So, yeah, that sounds like a delicious snack. Basically, you have dried sardines and almonds. Now you're hungry. Wow, that's pretty cool. Interesting. Dried sardines and almonds. Awesome. Got the anchovies. Reminds you of the anchovies from SpongeBob. Yes, some SpongeBob. Those are the sardine. Those are the anchovies that went and invaded the thing. And I'll show you all real and fake Mr. Krabs. Yeah, this is the real and fake Mr. Krabs that I was talking about earlier. Like there's a real there's a real Kathy Smith and a fake Kathy Smith. Hilarious. Way of the Road says we just did a whole thing on Wisconsin cheese, Vermont dairy, different styles of pizza. Oh, that's really cool. I was just thinking like one thing. Way of the Road. Do you like pineapple on pizza or not? I'm just curious. Pineapple and ham, yum. Oh, facts, facts. Way of the Road said, "Man, I was just in this discussion with a friend who's very against him. My take is no. They shouldn't be on a pizza. Will I eat it? Yes." Yeah, but personally with me, I like the pineapple on pizza. I think it's a good contrast between the two different tastes, in my opinion. I remember one time, this could be a cringe warning to some people, but when I was a kid, there was milk, and like, I put the hot Cheetos in it, and it tasted delicious. And I would put different types of, like, there's a goldfish type cracker I put in there with the milk. It tastes very good. So, yeah, that's something that's really good. And that shouldn't go together, but it tastes really good. Yeah, way of the road, you understand the backlash. All right. All right. Understood. Yeah. Dashi is the cooking broth at the heart of Japanese cuisine. This is clear, unassuming broth is infused with distinct umami savory flavor, adding richness to the depth of any dish. And we got ponzu right here. Yeah, shout out to ponzu. So put that with a daikon would taste really good. Way of the Road says the thing about pizza is people are getting too creative. Too creative with them, using all types of sauce and whatnot. When it's like, man, a pizza is already a pizza, simple and easy for everyone to eat. Ah, okay. Everywhere. Okay, so I see what you're saying. That like people are gonna start putting like purple peppers on it and different things. I see what you're talking about. How a pizza was good before it didn't need anything extra to it. A pizza is a pizza. that the Italians made, which I'm part Italian. So you have the sauce on it and the cheese, and you throw it up in the air, and you say "Mamma Mia," and there's like Mario and different things like that, and Luigi and stuff, and they're throwing it up in the air, and you have like a person with a chef's hat on and all that stuff. So I understand, and then they get the thing and they put it in the oven, which is actually like a fireplace thing, and they just put it there and they take it out, and there you go. Hello, Latina again. So I get what you're saying, Way of the Road. We already have good formula for pizza. No need to mix tacos with pizza and type of thing. Yeah, okay, wait. Although personally, I like being creative with food, and my family is always creative with food. I understand what you're talking about, and I'm glad that you appreciate the original recipe of pizza and all the effort and stuff that was put into it. Thank you for explaining that to me. I didn't, I never thought of it that way. Thanks. And like it's kind of like downplaying the pizza, like it needed something else, but it was good on its own. Latina, I like that too. She's saying she loves bacon, pineapple with jalapenos on pizza. I love that too. That tastes excellent. I agree, and I think that's cool that we could add different things to pizza. It's always good to think different. But I was just understanding what Way of the Road was saying from that other perspective. He was talking about, but he's not against those pizzas. He was just saying a different opinion about what some people think on the pizzas. Oh, I love peppers on pizza. Also, I like putting hot sauce on pizza. That's very good. And Sarah says in Japan they out claims in shells on pizza. I read that wrong. I don't know what's going on with me tonight. Okay, I read that wrong. She said in Japan they put clams and shells on pizza. I never knew that. Broccoli, mayo, weird stuff. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Not you, it's me. Oh well. And also on Google, I don't even need to mention Google, but I mentioned Google. All right, so Google, we're about to have Google. I remember my first search on Google. It was pictures of swamp paintings. Google, when I first used it, was so fascinating to me that you could use this tool for different things. And Sarah says alien mayo is the substitute for Parmesan cheese, since sadly not easy found. They don't have mayo over there. Facts. He said search for swamp eos. Swamp eos. Let me get this straight. Okay, alien mayo is a substitute for Parmesan. That's weird. So, okay, I get it. Okay, they have mayo there. I got this mixed up. They have mayo there, but not Parmesan. Okay. French cheese were the most popular type of cheese in Japan, according to a survey conducted in 2023. Almost 63% of the respondents named cheese like mozzarella and mascarpone, a favorite flavor found in processed cheese. Yeah, Latina's taking a break after chores. Way of the Road said Parmesan works on New York slice. I don't know if I had sardines on a pizza before. Anchovies pizza. Well, glad you're okay. I was in here all the time before I got old and lame, started to get better. Ah, yeah, Sarah. Alien is just taunting me with the Parm pics. And life that to us eventually. Sarah fell. Oh, Sarah fell. Oh no. Well, hope you don't fall anymore. Sarah says, Latina says, hope. I hope you won't be falling anymore. My friend's dad got chased by two dogs while riding his bike. They knocked him down. They ran away. They made him need rotor cuff surgery. Oh, Latina, that's horrible. Prayers for your friend's dad. I'm all in for ghost peppers. Well, speaking of ghost peppers, which you probably were here before when I was talking about that. So the ghost peppers come from the Caribbean. Well, one more picture for Sarah. We're gonna show her some pictures. Yum, yum, yum. That's for Sarah. Anchovy pineapple pizza. Yum. Ooh, that's yeah, that's rough way of the road. You're welcome, Sarah. All right, so let's go to ghost pepper. Yeah, so Way of the Road, these plants, they're in India. The ghost peppers, they're imported there. They're exported to India for colonial reasons, and they're also the ghost pepper is originally from the Caribbean. All right. Yeah, the Green Pharmacy book. Way of the Road said there was recent episode of Rogan with Elon where they ordered an anchovy pizza. Rogan is like, nah, f that, and Elon's like, trust me, it's amazing, and it was good. It blew Rogan's mind. Well, that's awesome. He tried it. Looks like fear wasn't a factor for him when he tried it. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, wait, that sounds like a rough injury with the dog situation. Yeah. So they have northeast India is where the peppers are, and also based with the ghost pepper colors. We got a variety of different colors here. All right, I'll look it up. Yeah, but yeah, this is the ghost pepper. Now, black pepper is used in a lot of things, and that's what the colonial powers imported and exported this a lot, and has medical sources too. All right. Oh, that looks great. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll certainly grow that. Ah, okay. That's what I was thinking of when you dry out peppers. Yeah, those are those big peppers. Cause I'm like the peppers, the Thailand dragon peppers. They're so tiny. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of when I see those Mexican restaurants and stuff. Imagining peppers, and that's okay. Thanks for answering unanswered questions. Way of the road. Latina says, "Way of the road. I love apple and hatch chili peppers pie. A grocery store I had 1 years ago. Oh, nice. Mmm, that looks yummy. Mm, nice. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Way of the road. Yeah, and thank you. And also these, I do want to also grow them too, as well. And I could have that as another plant. And shout out to all of you here. I enjoy this chat. Very cool people. Nice. All right, thanks, Way of the Road. And also, at the same time, this is going to be another group of seeds that I'm going to grow. Is going to be right now. I have some new peppers growing, and I'm going to add this to the list of peppers I'm going to grow. Is these peppers and the black peppers. All right. Yeah, shout out to Anthony McQuaid. And Anthony McQuaid, I heard from him recently. He said that he was looking at my last stream, one of the last streams, one of the phone lives that I did, and he said he re-watches them. And even if he's not able to come, he watches them. So, and I've gotten some emails from him that he sends. So yeah, shout out to Anthony McQuaid, best mod ever. Yeah, yeah, facts. Way of the road. Yeah, so that's black pepper. Pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to all of you in chat. Shout out to all of you, and that's very generous, Latina. I like that. Latina is getting poetic. Anthony McQuaid, please be a mod for me too. Help deal with my trolls. Time them out or banish them forever. I don't care what you choose. Bars. Yeah, we're all poetic here. I remember, like, as in, like, British literature and stuff I studied in school and I'm interested in. It's very poetic. And I remember, like, at school, my school was very into that stuff and, like, plays and things like that. And they were, like, I had a teacher that was taught us about Shakespeare and stuff. I remember the theater Shakespeare had. I'll show you all about that. So, this is the theater Shakespeare had a long time ago. All right, so this is the theater Shakespeare had, and like they did the plays and stuff in there. And that's where the first plays and stuff that he did were at all those years ago. Just don't put the hot peppers on your hands or private or delicate parts of your body. Also, one time I was touching the Thailand dragon pepper and I touched my eye by mistake, and boy, I burned myself really bad. Yeah, that's in 1599. Way said that's why it looks like some gangs of New York. Hilarious. Yeah, so Way of the Road, this is from 1599, and it was closed in 1642. Yeah, German architecture. Yeah, the reason why it's German architecture is because England was a German, is like, they were from Germany originally, the English people. Yeah, alien eyes. And you had different levels, and they would have tickets for different levels. I remember that in school. And there was Romeo and Juliet, and I certainly was no fool. when I played the part. They had me as Romeo. Remember that? It was like a little short thing when you read a script about the death of Juliet, and I acted it out, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, and yeah, that's the theater. As I saw it as a drawing, but I'm seeing this like firsthand. We're all seeing this firsthand. It's my first time seeing it like in like a picture. It looks like they're still like doing stuff there. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. Sarah's overseeing the stove, listening, and let's call it. I'll show you like a definition of a wench. See, from this time period. A wench. It also had to do with like a cook, I think. See? Yeah. Wench comes from Middle English, was a common word from for girl, child, or servant over time. It's like a girl serving or a lady serving. And yeah, we don't want her burning dinner. Serves drinks in a tavern. Eventually became, later on, it means prostitute, but before, a long time ago, like a woman that serves drinks and stuff at a tavern. Back in this time. Yeah, so that's the theater. You can see the construction of it's really interesting. And you got that. But as I said, I'm like, they should have pulled this. The teacher, she should have pulled this up. That there's pictures on Google of this place. I didn't know anything like this was the case. Like, yeah, it's called the Globe Theater, and that looks like that's when it burned down. Yeah, the Globe Theater. I'll read a little bit more about it, some more context about it. The Globe Theatre was a theatre in London associated with William Shakespeare. It was built in 1599 at Southwark, close to the south bank of Thames, by Shakespeare's playing company, the Lord Chamberlain's men. It was destroyed in a fire in 29 June 1613. A second Globe Theatre was built on the same site by June 1614 and stayed open until London Theatre closed 1642, as well as the plays by Shakespeare, early works by Ben Jonson, Thomas Dekker, and John Fletcher were first performed here. And that's where all this movies, acting, all of that originates from this. A modern reconstruction of the Globe means Shakespeare's Globe opened in 1997, approximately 750 feet from the site of the original theater. like concerts and stuff like that. It's all orchestrated like that. Examination of the old leases and parish records has identified a plot of the land acquired for building the Globe as extending from the west side of modern day Southwark Bridge Road eastwards as far as Porter Street, from Park Street southwards as far back as the gatehouse. Yes, yes, way of the road. Facts. Park Street southwards as far back as Gatehouse Square. Now, in school, in seventh grade and eighth grade, I learned this in school. I did, you know, I had to read like pages on it and do homework about it, and I did an exam about it. So yeah, I'm just like refreshing my memory. But yeah, it's something that we like to do here on this eclectic stream. Yeah, facts. It was offered by rent. It was offered for rent by Thomas Brend, who was a neighbor of John Hemingus, Henry Condell, actors with Chamberlain's men. The precise location of the buildings remained unknown until small part of the foundations, including one original pier base, was discovered in 1889 by Department of Greater London Archaeology. Beneath the car park of the rear anchor terrace on Park Street, the shape of the foundations is now replicated on the surface, as the majority of the foundations lies beneath the 67 to 70 acre terrace. A list building, no further evacuations have been permitted. Excavations, I mean. Opened 1599, closed 1442, demolished 44 to 45 in the 1600s, rebuilt 1614. Talk about the layout. The globe's detailed dimensions was unknown, but its shape and size can be estimated from a scholarly inquiry over the last centuries. The evidence suggests that it was three-story open air amphitheater, approximately 100 feet, 300 meters, 30 meters in diameter, that could house up to 3,000 spectators. The globe is shown as round when Silas Holler's sketch of the building later incorporated into its etched long view of the London from Bankside, 1647. However, in 1988 and 89, uncovering of a small part of the globe's foundation suggested that it was a polygon of two sides. At the base of the stage, surrounding in one of the three sides, there was an area called the yard. Yeah, go for it, Way of the Road. That'll be funny. The name deriving from the old inn yards where penny penny people, the groundlings, would stand on the rush strewn earthen floor to watch the performance during the excavation of the globe in 1989. So we have this is the construction. We'll look at it real close, and we'll have the different layers and stuff where people could see the theater. I remember I did a whole. They'll have these packets, they call them, and it's like they'll make a copy of a book and they'll staple it together. I remember the packet. I still have the folder about it, and you have these packets and read articles about it and do homework about it. So yeah, I remember doing a lot of homework about this and about Shakespeare's youth. I don't think it's clear when he was born. as as strong for customs of props and mag management offices. The balcony housed the musicians and could also be used for scenes requiring an upper space, such as the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet. Rush mating covered the stage, although this may only have been used if the setting of the play demanded it. Large columns on either side of the stage supported a roof over the rear portion of the stage. The ceiling under this roof was called Heavens and was painted as the skin with clouds. A trapdoor of the heavens enabled performers to descend using some sort of rope or harness. The stage was set in the southeast corner of the building, so it could be used as shade during the afternoon performances in the summer. You see, they had a trap door. I remember that. They had a trap door in there, so like a person like Sir Edwards will walk around the stage and he falls through a trap door. I remember reading about this. And where a penny people grounding, so you had areas called the yard, the name deriving from the old inn yards, where for penny people, the groundlings would stand on the rush strewn earthen floor to watch the performance. During the excavation of the globe in 1989, a layer of nutshells was found pressed into dirt flooring as a form of a new surface layer. Vertically around the yard were three levels of more expensive stadium style seats. A rectangular stage platform, also known as the apron stage, thrust out into the middle of the open air yard. The stage was approximately 43 feet in width, 27 feet, 8 meters in depth, and was raised about 5 feet off the ground. On the stage there was a trapdoor. There, I said it. I remember the trapdoor for use for performers to enter from the cellarage area beneath the stage. Yeah, there you go. The back wall of the stage had 3 doors, the main level, with a curtained inner stage in the center, although not all scholars agree about the existence of the supposed inner. Below the balcony above it, the doors entered into the trying house backstage area where the actors dressed and waited. The entrances, the floors above may have been used as a storage for customs and props and management offices. Large columns on either side of the stage supported a roof over the rear portion of the stage. The ceiling under this roof was called the Heavens and was painted as a sky clouds. A trapdoor in Heavens enabled performers to descend using some of the rope and harnesses. The stage was set in the southeast corner and building, also to be shade during afternoon performances in the summer. It's an explanation about the theater. The penny people, like you pay a penny and you could be in like the ground area, right next to the stage. And as you went up, you had more expensive areas to go. The name of the globe supposedly alludes to the Latin tongue tutus mindus agit histionium. All world players. All world plays the players. In turn, derived from the quid fere tutus mindus extrat historium, because all of the world is a playground. From Petronius, the satirical Roman author who had a wide circulation in England in Burgess times, totus mundi agit hurim, was, according to the explanation, therefore adapted to their motto. And the reason how I got into this Shakespeare topic was because of Latina's poetry. It sparked these memories. It triggered these memories about the Shakespeare theater stuff, so that's why I'm talking about it. And chat may not know a lot about this, so I do, so I'm reading about it. And thus why the stream is called the Eclectic Stream. It's about many different topics. William Oulides, who claims as his source, loaned a copy of Harleian manuscripts to which he once had access. This was repeated in good faith by his literary executioner George Stevens, but Tail thought of the suspicious with the oldies perpetrating a hoax on his credulous public. So that's information about the motto and flag. Yeah, Anthony McQuaid, please be a mod for me too. Help deal with the trolls. Time them out. Banish them forever. I don't care what you do. Facts. The Shakespearean editor Edmond Melanie took Oldie's conjecture further, reporting that the motto was the theater's flag, the globe of the earth, and the shoulders of Hercules. Another allusion familiar to the contemporary theater gore would have been Tetrum Mundi, theater of the world, a mediation of the 12th century philosopher John of Salisbury in his Polycratius, Book 3, included a disclosure of the theoretical metaphors from the Bible and from many authors of classical antiquity. Reprinted in 1595, it was in wide circulation and much read. Sertic Ernest Curtis had described how it was John Salisbury's commentary rather than the works of Pentunius' suggested name. There would have been ready understanding of the classic derivation. Shakespeare's complaint Hamlet, Act Scene 3, likening the child actors to the Black Friars Theater, settling the globe's custom as carrying of Hercules and his load too, alludes to the metaphor and allegory of the death of the globe actor Richard Burbage, alludes to the god Atlas on the theater's flag, but the mythology of the figure of Atlas and Hercules can be interchangeable. And one of Labor's Hercules was to relieve Atlas rather of his burden. So I remember Shakespeare plays. You had Taming of the Shrew. Taming of the Shrew is about, which there's good and bad Karens. I was talking about Karens before, so there's good Karens and bad Karens, just to make that clear. So when I say sometimes Karen is used about a woman that's not being right, but it also could mean a woman that's defending something, so it could be used about different things. So Taming of the Shrew is like a mean Karen or a bad Karen or like a lady that's kind of hard to tame. And Elizabeth Taylor was in the movie about it. That's a good one. Latina says, I was talking about Shakespeare earlier in the day. This day of Friday, I was talking about how supposedly back during the age, women allegedly weren't allowed to. Yes. Yes, Latina. Women were not allowed to be in plays. It was very, they weren't allowed to do anything pretty much. So basically, they had men dress up as women and they did the role. So you had some. So Romeo and Juliet, it was a dude and a dude act, and the men dressed as part of women. Maybe we've been lied to, and that was propaganda. So basically, as far as that's possible, Latina. I never thought of it that way. But like as far as I know, the women didn't do stuff in there. But if you have the records of it, like you have the records of the players that played the roles all the way from that time period. So you have, there was no internet back then, so we have witnesses and we have people that have records. Oh, so you'll have the from 1600. You'll have, yes, it's synchronicity, Latina. It's synchronicity, and basically you have a a a manuscript or a thing from that time period that says these two men played the role. Like you have the man that played the role of the woman. So the reason why we know this is because the records we have from that time. Now, tinfoil hats is fine. I'm a conspiracy theorist also. Maybe it was propaganda, but propaganda for what exactly? That's a possibility. I think that's an interesting idea that should be looked into. But as far as I know, yeah, I could look up more about the reason behind that. It was men playing women's roles. In many contexts, such as English and Indian theaters, cross gender acting is linked to the oppression. Now, this is probably it could be propaganda, but I'm going to read it. So, theaters and cross gender acting is linked to the oppression of women. Many societies prohibiting women from performing on stage, so boys and men took the female roles. Female impersonation often decreased the popularity as women gained this right. So we have like records and things to prove this, in my opinion. Well, that's a fact about the records, though. And it, of course, with female not being allowed to on stage was common practice, widely accepted for boys to play. Yeah, it was boys that played the female roles within the play. However, though common accepted, this practice was not always viewed as moral. So like a little boy would play the female role. It's weird. It's that's real weird. But it's good that eventually, because there was time periods where women weren't able to do really anything. But like the problem in our time period is that the movements went off the rails, and some of these more recent feminist movements went against men, and like a lot of man haters and a lot of people in my generation and like earlier generation than mine, like the Gen Z people, they'll be against women completely. I'm not, but like they'll have groups because they were so conditioned in seeing women being against men. They don't need a man. They could be independent. Back in this time, it's like it was women really didn't have much of rights to do a lot of things. So it's good women can do things. They could act in a movie or in a play, or they could vote or something like that, something basic. But the problem is you had the thing went off the rails later on. And especially, as we know in our time period, it's, nobody's being oppressed, especially in America. And people, men and women have rights and stuff like that. So there's no need for anybody there's no modern oppression, in my opinion, going on. But, you'll have groups that do different things and other people have different opinions, which I'm open to all different opinions about something. I could be wrong about something. But still, yeah. So in this time period, it was really an extreme. Like, say, but as time went on, things, got better in Europe and in the world in general. This is when America was still part of England, by the way, in this time period. America was a colony It was just the 13 colonies over there. This is when it was part of England. And also, as time went on, like this part of America that I am in this time period was part of France or Spain, one of those countries. And Latina said we lack balance with things nowadays. Exactly, Latina. Like I think women can use the internet. Like for instance, a lot of women that I communicate with, like you and Sarah and stuff, contribute, and Amanda and other ladies contribute greatly to the campaign of mine on YouTube in a positive way. So I think women could be on the internet. I think it's we need balance. Like what Tom McDonald said in his rap song, we need balance, not one extreme or another. It's to be wary of political extremes. Right now, there's a lot of political extremes. They're far, far right, far, far left. Yeah, just going off the rails right now. But in this time period was, yeah, like a woman should play the role. I think that's okay. But back then you had boys playing the role of women, and like Romeo and Juliet, it was a little boy and a grown man. Is this so? It's good that things are different now. But as I said, things got off the rails at some point. All right. Ah, okay. It was like that in Japan also. Sarah says husband weighed in some in Japan, no women in theater class up to the Edo age. Ah, okay. A century ago or so. And all the women's trope created, I don't even know what that is. Zuka review. Women's playbook, both genders. Oh, okay. All right. I've not heard of this before. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, I'm going to briefly touch on this. All right. A Takazuka Revu is a Japanese all female musical theater trope based on a Takazuka Hyogo prefecture. Japan. Women play a roles as a lavish Broadway style productions of Western style musicals, and stories adapted from films, novels, sojo, manga, and Japanese folktales. The Takazuka Revu Company is division of the Hankyu Railway. And she's gonna okay. Takarazuka. Yeah, it sounds similar to the Avatar, that TV series I used to watch. And thanks for pronunciation. And that's how it's pronounced. Because we have our own way of saying things, but that's the right way to say it. Okay. Takarazuka. Review. Okay, thank you. Yeah, shout to Avatar. I remember when the first episode of it came on in 2005. I was over there in the apartment downstairs. It's called the apartment, and I remember it came on TV in the evening after school. It said Young and Seven and the Fire Nation attacked. I remember all that. Yeah, facts way of the road. And also, Japan women play all roles in lavish Broadway style play productions. and company trope employ the Hankyu. The Takarazuka review was found by Ishizu Kobayashi, an industrialist turned politician and president of Hankyu Railways and Takarazuka. Japan in 1913, the city was terminus of the Hankyu line of Osaka, already a popular tourist destination because of the hot springs. Kobayashi believed that it was the ideal spot to open an attraction of some kind that would boost train ticket sales and draw more businesses to Takarazuka. Since Western songs and dance shows were becoming more popular in Kobayashi considered the Kabuki theater to be old and elitist. He decided that an all-female theater group might be well received to the general public. The block was hot in 1913. Yep. So it's the reverse version of the old English Shakespearean situation. So in this situation, you have an all-female cast playing both roles. That's very interesting. I never knew about this. Thank you, Sarah. The review has its first performance in 1914. 10 years later, the company had become popular enough to obtain its own theater in Takarazuka, called the Daigiju, meaning Grand Theater. The company owns and operates another theater in Takarazuka Theater in Tokyo. Currently, Takarazuka performs for 2.5 million people each year, and the majority of its fans are women. Not Western, but they're women. And they are super talented. Part of the nobility of the Takarazuka is that all parts are played by women based on the original model of kabuki before 1629, when women were banned from the theater in Japan. Women who play male parts are referred to as yuku rather. Girl role. Collectively, the Takarazuka performers are called Takarazinis. Takarajinu. This name derives from the review's fondness of the French revues and word Parisine. Been there. The city's god is Suaku. All right. Ah, okay. This cryptid, Suzaku, was a space satellite that studies source of high energy X-ray like supernova explosions and black holes. Wow. That's some anime. Shout out to anime, but we're gonna go with the god. Latina said, "Speaking of pizza, I've always wanted to build an outdoor mud oven to cook a pizza or bread in. I saw it in Homestead Sufficiency book. Well, thank you for mentioning that. That sounds like it'll be delicious. Dye project. Yes, I can make that kind of stove. Build anything I want to. Always want to build an outdoor mud oven. Cook a pizza. Yeah, I would need the materials for it. And probably some clay and stuff like that, yeah. We'll build an outdoor mud oven to cook a pizza. I'll look that up real quick. Yeah, and we're it's it. Oh, I know why it's doing this. It's because when I click on the chat window, it's thinking that Safari should be open, but this should be open. Okay. All right. So a outdoor mud oven. Oh, that looks yummy. With the right materials, that'd be dope. Yeah, thanks, Latina. That's really cool. So in this theater, the costume set designs and lighting are lavish, and performances are melodramatic. Side pathways extend the already wide proscenium, accommodating elaborate processions and choreography, regardless of the era of musical presented. Period accuracy is related for costumes during the extravagant finals, in which scores of glittering performers parading down an enormous stage wide staircase known as the Okai Dan, and a Rocher style, rock style kickline. Lead performers portraying male and female roles appear in the female wearing huge circular feather back pieces reminiscent of the Las Vegas or Paris costuming. Ah, use bricks. That sounds even better. She says I could use bricks. Thanks. Sarah says that was Latina, and now Sarah says something. Can shape it into a figure of some kind. In a perfect world, gardens, an outdoor stove for all. Yes, Sarah, I agree. That would be preferable. In a perfect world, everybody would have that. Yes. Before becoming a member of the troupe, a young woman must train for 2 years in the Takazuka music school. Razuka. One of the most competitive of its kind in the world. Each year, thousands from all over Japan audition. The 40, 50 who are accepted are trained in music, dance, and acting and are given a 7 year contracts. The school is famous for strict discipline and its custom for having first year students clean the premise each morning. All first year women train together before being divided by the facility and the current trope members into the Oto Koiatu Musumi Aku. At the end of the year, those playing the Auto Koyukyu cut their hair short, take on more masculine role in the classroom, and speak in masculine form. The company has five main tropes: flower, hana, moon, tuski, snow, yuki, hoshi for star, cosmos, sora, as well as superior senka and M. E. Turius trope for the senior actresses, no longer part of a regular trope, who still wish to maintain their association with the review and perform from time to time. Flower, moon are original tropes found in 1921. The snow trope was founded in 1924, 100 years ago this year. Followed by the star trope in 1931. It was disbanded in 1939 when later reestablished in 1948. Cosmos founded in 1998 and the newest trope. Some of the actors, actresses. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Flower trope is considered the treasure chest of Otokoi Aku. Many of the most popular former and current trope stars of the company originated in the flower trope. These include Miki Maya, who held the first Budokan solo concert in Taka Ra Zuka, Zuka's history. Serene Haruno, Tamu Raju, a flower, Jun Buki, Jun Sina, Kiriya Hirumu of Moon, and Haikaru Asami of Snow. The performance tends to have large budgets with lavish stage costume designs are often derived from operatic materials. Moon trope. While tending to be a home for young performers with yukai year reaching the status of top star in 1990. The members of the Moon Trope are also strong singers. The term musical research department is occasionally used in articles about the trope, underscoring underscoring the trope's focus on music. Their material tend towards drama, Western musicals, and modern settings, such as The Guys and Dolls. My school did a play about that, The Guys and Dolls, and Me and My Girl during the era of Makoto Tsubasa. A top star, they had at least two musicals adapted from classic Western novels. Snow Trope. The Snow Trope is considered the upholder of the traditional dance opera, whole company being the vanguard of traditional Japanese drama and the company that tends towards the Western material. They were the first trope to perform Elizabeth in Japan. The trope has been moving toward the opera drama style, the moon, and the flower tropes. Yeah, facts, Sarah. The star trope tends to be home to Takarazuka stars. They, along with the flower trope, have very strong Oto Koyatu players. In recent years, many of the company's prominent Musi Yuki have also originated from the star trope, such as Hana Hizuki Shizuku Izuku Hasakura Yukai Yuki Iono. Cosmos. The newest trope is less traditional and more experimental. When it was first formed, it culled a talent from the trope, other tropes. The Cosmos style is influenced by performers like Asato Shizuki, founding Oto Koyotu, top star Yokai Weo, and Mari Hanafusa. The Golden Kobe headed the trope for 6 of its first 8 years. Cosmos was the first trope to perform the Phantom, Synchronicity, and have Broadway composer Frank Wildhorn write their music score. Most of the Yota Koyokyu trope are above 170 centimeters, 5 foot 6 tall. Most notable Hiro Yumi, tallest in the company since joined in 1997 until her retirement in 2013. While a trope-born actress became Musumu Iyakuyu, top back in 2006 with Asuka Tono. It was not until 2014 an actress originating from the trope became Auto Koyokyu top star Sinya Sagari, former top star of the Snow trope, 2014 to 2017. Yeah, Latina could put the link to that channel there. And Sarah says, the women cast as men characters have to keep their hair cut short and dress as men when in public as part of the promotion imagery. Yeah, Latina, it's always good to be practical and look at what kind of things that you want to do if you do it right. All right, home apathy and garden. That's her other channel. Superior members. While not necessarily being a trope, members of the Takarazuka rev- review who do not take part in any tropes mentioned above are called superior members, Senka. These members usually have one of the few roles in the trope, playing few key yaku, playing supporting role, playing the role of the guys, etc. There can also be cases of playing the main role as a Yoto Kayuku, and play alongside the other tropes such as the former stars Yashio Kusakano and Yu Tado Roki, as well as plays where all partaking members of the superior members such as Hana Koyu 1984. Okay, Latina, I'll look at them. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, thank you for the feedback, Sarah, and that'd be cool for you to see that again. Yeah, these are the people acting. This is very great culture. Japan has really great culture, and you have that. It's like an empress. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's really nice. Really nice. Fan club members. Yeah, Japanese food's great. Shout out to Japanese food. And right now it's 333. All right. He even got a little goatee. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's really cool. Really interesting. Thanks for Sarah for sharing that. They did Phantom of the Opera too. Wow. Really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh yeah, yeah. That's yeah, absolutely, Sarah. All right. Romeo and Juliet. They did Romeo and Juliet too. Well. Oh yeah, that one was a deep one. Romeo and Juliet. I also love Japanese maple trees and Japanese cherry blossom trees. Oh, Latina. Okay, one of the nights it was the thing wasn't working. That's when we talked about that. All right, I'll talk about that. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah. So this is the bonsai tree. Right. So that's the tree that Latina's talking about, and also Japanese maple. Oh wow, that looks really cool actually. Bonsai. Right. That's a great tree. Way the road could be sleeping or something, or he's lurking. I'm not too sure. Bitch out the way. Oh, that's nice, Latina. Glad you got to see that. Bonsai any tree. Well, I'm a little bit lost here. Hmm. You're saying like the bonsai tree. It's like miniature. You put it in like in a miniature pot or something. Yeah. Encouraging your next project. Okay. All right. All right. I. My next project. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the trees that we looked up before, and we're looking up again. Japanese cherry blossoms. Wow. Beautiful. It's a beautiful country. Any tree can become a bonsai. Bonsai does not require genetically dwarfed trees, but rather depends on the growing small trees from regular stock and seeds. Latina, did you see Aliens live stream yesterday? Garden look awesome. Latina said, "Have you seen the antique photos of when the Japanese would tie boards to women's feet so they would stay little?" Oh yeah, I know about the foot binding. I know about that. Yeah, so back in the day they did foot binding, and it kind of effed up the way the foot looked. And yeah, just another backwards tradition from people from a long time ago. All right, so I could bonsai any tree. Well, I got those trees in my backyard. They always grow little sprouts, so I'm gonna bonsai that tree. All right. All right. Cringe warning. Yeah, this is the foot binding. And we have that. That's the shoes they forced him to wear. Wow, cringe. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Oh wow. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sarah. That sounds tedious about the shoe situation. Yeah, I know. They seem to have a lot of tiny fetishes. Yes. Hilarious. I'm really mind blown by these bonsai trees. Right. Right. Got something here. Eclectic. Yeah, facts Latina. Yeah, I will. I will enjoy it. Yes. Ancient people across the Near East believed in a creature similar to a modern people called dragons. These ancient people were unaware of the existence of dinosaurs or similar creatures in the distant past, referencing to dragons of both benevolent and malevolent characters occur throughout ancient Mesopotamian literature. In Sumerian poetry, great kings are often compared to as Ungol, a gigantic serpent monster. So that's a type of dragon from Mesopotamia. In Egypt, Nen Kayu was a massive in some stories, and the entire earth was believed to rest atop his coils. Denwen is a giant serpent mentioned in the pyramid texts, whose body was made of fire and who ignited conflagration that nearly destroyed all the gods of the Egyptian pantheon. He defeated by the pharaoh a victory which affirmed Pharaoh's divine right to rule. Yeah, so dragons are part of the it's probably a creation of the Watchers when the fallen angels came when they created different hybrids. So this thing, these are some examples of some of the dragons. Egyptian traditions is that the setting of the sun is caused by Ra descending to Duat to battle Apip. In accounts, Apip is as long as the height of a man with a head made of flint. Thunderstorms and earthquakes were thought to be caused by Apip's roar, and solar eclipses were thought to be a result of Apip attacking Ra during the daytime. It reminds me of God and Satan. That's what it reminds me of. And Ra is similar to the god of the Bible. Some myths, Apip is slain by the god Set. Nat Habukua is another giant serpent who guards the Daut, aided Ra in the battle against Apip. Yeah, the sky serpents. There was a pharaoh that believed that that there were false gods, and the god Ra was one god, and he was martyred for believing that by the priests, similar to Jesus. The Ouroboros was well known, the Egyptian symbol of a serpent swallowing its own tail. The precursor of the Ouroboros was the many-faced, a serpent with 5 heads, who, according to Ampduat, the oldest surviving book of the afterlife, was said to coil around the corpse of the sun god Ra protectively. The earliest surviving depictions of a true Ouroboros came to the gilded shrines in the tomb of Tutu Kyunmun, King Tut, rather. In the early centuries AD, the Ouroboros was adopted as a symbol of Gnostic Christians. The chapter of the Pistis Sophia, an early Gnostic text, describes a great dragon whose tail is in its mouth. In medieval alchemy, the Ouroboros became a typical Western dragon with wings, legs, and a tail. A famous image of the dragon gnawing its own tail is from the 11th century Codex Marcanius, copied numerous works of alchemy. It reminds me of Bubbles, because Bubbles likes to eat his own tail. Bubbles is sleeping over there on his fresh new blanket. In Norse mythology, Jormungandr, also known as the Midgard serpent of the world serpent, is a infathomably large sea serpent or worm who dwells in the world's seas. It reminds you of Leviathan, encircling the earth Midgard and biting his own tail, as an example of the Ouroboros, a result of surrounding Midgard. In Norse mythology, Neuhagar is a dragon who gnaws on the roots of the world's tree. Yggdrasil, a historic Viking tree. Viking society. Noi was a term of social stigma implying the loss of the honor of the status of the villain. Its name might refer to its role as a horrific monster of the action of chewing the corpse. Fire Finner is a worm of the dragon slain, member of the Volsung family, typically Sigurd. Nordic mythology is the son of Harimurmar, brother of Regin and Uter. Bubbles the sleeping dragon cat. Yes. Absolutely. And it's attested throughout the Volsung cycle where Fenfnir slays his father for greed. The dragon from Beowulf, Asai, is an ancient Persian mythology closely related to another mythological figure called Daka Zaka. Is known as the snake's shoulder, is an evil figure in Persian mythology, evident in the ancient Persian folklore as Ashi Dakaka, name which also appears in texts, Persian called Dong Bavar. So we looked at Beowulf last time, and it has some origins to Persia and stuff, because Europeans originated from the Middle East in different areas, and then they migrated into Europe way later. And this happened thousands and thousands of years ago. So you have overlapping traditions, like the tree, the Yggdrasil tree, is similar to the chakra thing in India. You see, I'll show you all this real quick. If there's the Yggdrasil tree, and it's like the tree, it's like the Garden of Eden tree. And it has 9 worlds in it. You see, it has these points, it has these colors and stuff, and then it's like the chakras from India. The Hindu chakras are similar to the creatures on the Yggdrasil tree. The reason why this is because the Nordic people and European people, as I said, they originated from different parts like northern India and stuff like that, and they migrated into Europe at some point, and that's why this Viking tradition comes from the similar to the chakras from the Hindu people. And also another thing, the fallen angels, they were gods of both countries also. So they had the same religion because they both believed in the false gods, and there's a distant origin from the Vikings from that place, from northern India, because like you'll have like the people over there, a lot of them are white, some of them like Middle Eastern people, but so that's really what it is. The European groups are like, say, like the Nazis, they talked about the Aryan people, they use it for the European people. The Aryans were a tribe from northern India. It's like there's a correlation there. So, although the Nazis were bad, of course, and they used ideologies for things that weren't too good, but still, that's just an explanation. Like you have the Sura and the the yeah, the different levels of chakras. I noticed that when I studied the Yoga Soul tree, I call it the Yoga Soul tree, but it's probably not called that. It's probably Drizzle, Yog Drizzle tree in the chakras. This is the chakras. We all have different energy fields. Well, this is something true that God built into us. Like you have the purple, you have blue, you have different colors. Like say I'm like green, I'm friendly. And then you have like also smart, which is like the purple color as you go up. In red and orange, that's more like a fight or flight mode or kind of angry. So you have the different colors that people have. Now the fallen angels and stuff, they may have tricked people into thinking like if you go too far up the thing and stay there, you might get too, might go far away somewhere. So it's best to like not go too far up it and go away somewhere. Right. But the chakras and stuff can be used for something good, of course. Because it's not a bad thing. It's something God built into us. But the fallen angels kind of distorted some things. Like the purple chakra is the crown chakra. They lied about that. It's the same thing. But it's deeper. Like say you go up and up and up until you're nowhere. Like Willy Wonka where they have the elevator that goes out of space. So nothing wrong with meditation and the chakras and stuff. That's okay. But to not get too far into it because there's some things that aren't 100%. But like Buddha and them did meditation and he wasn't like contradicting say the Christian religions and stuff like that. So yeah, just it's a true thing God put there, but sometimes just be careful of the distortions that came later. Yes. Yes. They shape-shifted different groups. But as I said, the Vikings they have distant origins from northern India. Also, and the false gods appeared to them in different places. Right. So, switch some of my ancestors because the Vikings came and they raided England. So I'm partly related to the Viking raiders that believed in this stuff. Right. So it's very cool. Meditation stuff is okay in moderation, done correctly. Right. Anyway, going back to dragons. This is the dragon ships the Vikings had, which I want to like be in one of those. Go on like Pontchartrain in one of those things. It'd be pretty cool. And you have these Viking ships, and they have the dragons on them. Of course, you need to have the Lord to control when doing and reasons for doing it. Exactly, and also if people pray and have Jesus and God, that's all you need. You don't need to do the meditation stuff if you don't want to. God's all you need. God does all that stuff for you. Yes. Yes. And I could tell when I listened to Viking folk music, it sounded kind of like Indian words, and their language has origins from it. That's the whole thing. Like the Germanic language originates from one of those places too, and I could see if I get even more context about this. It's true. I want to get some more context also. Now the Vikings didn't settle in India, but the people originated from there. So they're talking about the Vikings go to India. They didn't go to India, but they came back like they originated from the place itself. Okay, I had the information. Vikings are removed from their Hindu ancestry by some 10,000 years, adapting to an entirely new set of circumstances in the long journey from the India's Tigris Euphrates Valley northward via the rivers of the Caspian and Germanic Scandinavian homeland. So they 10,000 years, like, and they went into those different areas. So that's where some of my ancestors came from because of the Viking ancestors. And like the Nazis and stuff, they're talking about that's why the swastika, the Nazis used the swastika, and that was an Indian symbol, a Hindu symbol, because they're trying to have a German nationalism from their roots from that area. There you go. You see, that's where they came from, and they went into from India all the way to Scandinavia. Yeah, ships designed to warn away those in the seas. Yeah, exactly. And that's where they came from. The Caucasians, and it's like around Caucasia and stuff like that. So that's pretty some interesting stuff about that. Yes, yes, that's true, sir. And yeah, so basically you have like, because like say I'll show you all like, well, basically, like, I'll explain like not all the Indian people were brown people like you see them in over there in India. Some of them are white. That's my point. That's, so like the Vikings, like they always looked like white people, and they went there. So people may have confusion about, the Indian people. They thought they're all like dark people. It's not true. Like some of them are lighter, some of them are darker. Draconic creatures appear in virtually all cultures around the globe, and the earliest attested reports of draconic creatures resemble giant snakes. Draconic creatures are first described in mythologies in ancient Near East, appearing in ancient Mesopotamia. In literature, stories about storm gods slaying giant serpents occurring throughout nearly all Near Eastern and Indo European mythologies. So the fallen angels were fighting off the offspring from the aliens, which are these dragon creatures. So those creatures, the offspring of those creatures, what they created, those UFO creatures things made, you have. So the fallen angels were fighting them. So that's interesting. In the ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt mythology, Virtue and Lethean Hebrew, and the Pitu region of France, and Python. Latina. That's true, and you're right, but I'm talking about thousands of years ago, before the British Empire even existed. Like, I'll show you an example of this. Like, so Muhammad's descendants, Muhammad was white, and he's from the Middle East. It's like the white people originated from that part of the world, and they went over into Europe later. So that's what I'm talking about. But I understand what you mean. But like even before that, you had the Caucasian people that were there. Like Buddha, some statues describe him with blue eyes, and also the Egyptians. A lot of the pharaohs and stuff had red and blonde hair and light eyes. but the people eventually later migrated into Europe at some point. All right. So basically, I know it sounds bizarre because you originally were supposed to think that like everybody's from like all the people in Europe were always they went up there and became white. No, the people that were in Asia and then they migrated later into Europe. The people just were naturally always looked like that. Like you'll have some people that theorize that there is an albino people looking people, and like some of them were dark and some of them were light. It's something like that. Like Hitler, they had the swastika that, as I said, that was from India, and also none of the less scholars dispute where the idea of the dragon originates from, and wide variety of hypotheses have been proposed. In his book, David E. Jones suggests the hypothesis that humans, like monkeys, have inherited distinctive reactions to snakes, large cats, birds, and prey. He cites the study which found that approximately 39 people in hundreds are afraid of snakes, and notes that fear of snakes is establishedly prominent in children, even in areas where snakes are rare. The earliest attested dragons are resemble snakes or have snake-like attributes. Jones therefore concludes that dragons appear in nearly all cultures because humans have had innate feature of snakes and other animals that were major predators of humans' primate ancestors. Dragons are usually said to that goes like Bubbles is a dragon cat. Yeah. Said they reside in dark caves, deep pools with mountain reaches and sea bottoms, haunted forests and places which would have been fraught with dagger for early human ancestors. Yes, that's true. That the Babylon fell and people scattered. Exactly. And also, the dragons like you have in Beowulf and these different things, they were from all over, they had these stories of dragons and serpent like creatures. And also, basically, people think that these things are like fantasy and stuff, but no, they actually were real. These things were real. They're a type of cryptids, fallen angels, in my opinion. And there's some theories that the Chinese laboratories were trying to recreate the dragons, and they had some problems when that occurred. Yes. And also, this situation with the dragons, you have, all over different worlds. Just like with the mermaids, you have them in different parts of the world, these beings that appeared to different people. Now, also, like, Sarah was describing some experiences she had when she saw these type of creatures, and that's very, they have many firsthand accounts of this. There's some satellite pictures I remember seeing from space that was taken allegedly of spotting dragons there allegedly. Yes, exactly, sir. And this is Leviant, Leviathan. The mythologies of Ugarit region, specifically the Baal cycle from the Ugaristic text. The sea dragon Lot Anu is described as twisting a serpent and power one of with 7 heads. The Lot Anu is slain by the storm god Baal, but he is insisted slain by the virgin warrior goddess Anatit. Good night, Latina. Thank you for joining us. In Hebrew Bible, the book of Psalms, Psalms 74 to 73 to 14, the sea dragon Leviathan is slain by Yahweh, God of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. So you have this situation where God slayed one of these dragon beasts. Amen. Thank you, Latina. And so you have this situation where these dragons you have the situation where these so the fallen angels and God were both fighting these dragon creatures. Wow. On the day the Lord shall punish with a sharp, great, and strong sword, Leviathan the fleeing serpent, Leviathan twisting serpent, he will slay the dragon that is in the sea. Isaiah 27:1. Job 41 34 contains detailed descriptions of Leviathan, who's described as being a powerful, and only Yahweh can overcome him. Leviathan, who is described as being so powerful that Yahweh could overcome him. And Azi Dahaka, Avistan Great Snake, is a dragon or demonic figure in a text of mythology of Zoroastrian. So Zoroastrian in Persia, it's somewhat connected to our religion a little bit. And Daniel was a prophet of theirs that went over there. And the Zoroastrians are the ones that gave Jesus the wise men that gave him the gifts. So Zoroastrianism is connected with us. Where he is one of the subordinates of the Angra menu. Alternate name include Azi Dahaka and Da'aka and Dak Azi. And is Avistan word for the serpent or dragon. The Avistan term Azi Dahaka, the Middle East Persian Azadak, are the sources of the Middle Persian Manetian demon of greed, Az. Old Armenian mythology figure Azdak. Modern Persian Azdan. Tragic Persian as Da'aha, as well as the Kurdish Ejidia. The name as migrated Eastern Europe assumed the form of Azda Adaja, meaning dragon, dragoness, or water snake. So that is an example of some of the dragons in different cultures and things like that. And we'll continue to look more into the dragon. Nine Dragons painting by Chinese artist Chen Rong. Painting in 1244 depicts the appearance of the dragons soaring amidst the clouds, midst of the whirlpools, rocky mountains, and fire paintings the dynamic forces of nature and Taoism, and the liquid water of the essence of Tao. The depiction of the dragon is associated with the nine sons of the Dragon King, while numbers of the nine itself is considered auspicious Chinese astrology and folk beliefs. Yes, yes, amen, Sarah. Areas of the painting are separated with drops of ink and either flung or blown into the surface of the manner similar to action painting. This is conscious of the evocation of rain and may even be a rain-making ritual by the artist. Lines at 32 to 33, Chen Rong's poetic inscriptions. How could the produce rainfall? In the world, people longed for sustained rain. Swangling, stretched from north, the nine dragons. The painting features multiple inscriptions and stamps. The left side features various colophons, include those of Zhang, Xing, and Dong, Song Dynasty official. Two inscriptions of the painting were made by the artist's two hands. Dating is based on them. According to the inscription placed on the end of the painting, the work was inspired by other painting, Cao Ba's nine horse and nine deers, attributed at Cheong's later inscription of the Qingling Emperor said. Besides the praising Chen-Rong painting, Quinlan ordered the painter make a copy of the Qinglong alongside the painting. Province. In the 17th century, the scroll was proposed to Gang Zhangzong, son of Prince Gen Jimmo, and court attend of the Xingzi Emperor, Qinglong Emperor, past the Zhai Qing Emperor, 1820, and was probably given by the later Qing emperors to Prince Gong. It was later owned by New York art dealers Yamanaka and Company, who in 1917 sold the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, $25,000. And this is the painting. Very cool. Alright, and Sarah, you're here, so I'll show you this, which I was going to show before. Then I'll show you a statue of Buddha with blue eyes. You see, this is Buddha, a depiction of him with blue eyes. So before the British or whatever came there people were depicted there with blue eyes and like European type features because they originally came from that part of the world and went into Europe later. Also, the Scythians is another group that was from That I spelled that wrong. The Scythians is a group of people. Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. And the Scythians were a group of people in this region, and it's believed that they're descendants of the modern day Scottish people. And then you have like red hair. Why do so many ancient accounts describe barbarians, Celts, or Scythians who have red hair? And Scythian warrior lady with red hair. Yeah, just and then it originated from there. And King David's described as having red hair, also, and having those features. And I'll show you what Muhammad's descendant, and yeah, this is one of the descendants of Muhammad, the prophet, that one, and you see he's white looking because not all the Middle Eastern people are darker complected looking, right? So that was just an example of what I was talking about before. And he's blue eyes. He's features, and it said those people. Some of them went into Europe. That's thousands and thousands of years ago. That's what I was talking about. All right, so go back to dragons. Yeah, Sim the Dragon's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's an example of that. Right, exactly. Right. And let's see where Caucasia is. Yeah, Caucasia. Let's see where it's on a map. We're all Caucasian people. And that's in the Middle East. Yep. I'll make sure I got this right. Let's go back. The Caucasus Mountains is a region in the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, mainly comprising Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, the country. That's in Middle East. You see, and it's very close to these other parts of the world I was talking about where the people came from. And you have like say they went to Ukraine and they went and migrated up into this area over here. Right. Let's see. Pharaoh's blue eyes. So you see, ancient Egyptians, they had blue eyes. You see, they don't have the features of the people that are there now, which those people were there too, but it's like it's just a proof that like they always had features like that over there. I remember I was reading about something where the like some of the Viking people of Hindu origin, right? So you had some of the way the Vikings dress with their beards and their tattoos and stuff. It's similar how the Hindu people would fix themselves up. And yeah, they just have some they did come in different, like David Wood, the Christian apologist, was saying like Middle Eastern people come in different shades. Some of them are darker, some of them are lighter. All right. So, and the Quran describes Muhammad as being white, also, just for recorded fact about there are people in the Middle East that were white. All right. So there you go. That's a controversial history lesson that would trigger people. So, as I was saying, you're welcome, Sarah. But that's just a historical fact. I'm not, no one's better than anybody else. But that's just In fact, about history, the origins of different people that came from different places. Because in Europe, because people think that people went into Northern Europe and they got blonde hair and blue eyes, and everybody in the Mediterranean has dark features. That's not true. That's nonsense. Okay, like a black, so that means like people that are darker complected could just go to Washington State or Russia and not get white skin and blue eyes. It just it's more deeper than that. It's the evolution stuff that people come up with. That's it's not true. They were created individually to look a certain way by God. God created people. He created all people. He created all the different colors and shades, and that's a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. And God created diverse people because He's an artist. They didn't just like turn and evolve into different things, in my opinion, like some people think. We have a creator. Like God created these dragons were probably created by some alien experiment. All right, Sarah. I'm not gonna. I understand. Okay. Yeah, it's really cringe. They always have hatred. You see, and I showed you, Sarah. Also, I'll say the Japanese have created great things, and I'm not. I don't support Hitler or the Nazis, but Hitler really appreciated Japan and their accomplishments and thought that they were more advanced than the Germans. And but basically, like I showed you the different things these people in the ancient world created in the Middle East and India and stuff, and through Europe. So some people have some envy of certain things, so they want to try to turn people against each other, and not want to have peace between the different groups. And also, yeah, just really cringe, Sarah. Thank you for sharing that with me. Yes, Sarah, I agree with you, and I think that too about the Babylonians as well. That's a beautiful dragon. Oh yeah, very breathtaking. Breathtaking. Yes. Looks kind of like Bubbles himself. Yes, yes, absolutely. And thank you. Yeah, especially for you, Sarah. That has to be very hurtful. You see, they're trying to start. They always accuse us of doing things, but they do the thing that it's like they're trying to start a nationalism thing, the racial nationalism. It's just cringe. And I explain the history about different things, but as I said, I'm not against any different racial groups at all. No, just we all have different cultures. They're very interesting. All we all come together. And also, this is an interesting thing, Sarah. This is a hybrid creature created by the fallen angels. Crazy. Okay, Sarah. I know what you're talking about. The Surfium. It's the Surfium. Okay, traditionally places the Surfium in the highest rank in Christian angelology is the fifth rank of the Jewish angelic hierarchy, a seminal passage of the book of Isaiah. They use to describe the six winged beings that fly around the throne of God carrying the Holy of Holy, crying, Holy, Holy, Holy. Alright, this is what the angel looks like, the Surfium, and they are around the throne saying, Holy, Holy, Holy. The Lord Almighty, heaven is filled with thy glory. Yeah, you see, that's why people were afraid of the angels when they met them. Because imagine you just like chilling in your yard or somewhere and you see this thing pop out of nowhere. Crazy. No, the angel that this is the angel that you see right here. That's all it is. It's a cluster of things. Ah, a griffin, is a legendary creature with the body, tail, and back blades of a lion and the head of a wing of the eagle in front of it. Yes, yes, Sarah. That's what that thing was. That dragon I was looking at. That exactly what that looked like. Yes, these hybrid things that were created by the fallen angels. All right. All right. Yeah. So that's the Surfium. You're welcome. A statue of it. And there might be serpents, but they're good serpents. Twice in the book of Numbers, in the book of Deuteronomy, and four times in Isaiah. The reason the word burning was also used to denote the serpent is not universally agreed upon. It may be certain a snake species of fiery colors, perhaps burning sensation, left of its venomous bite. So it's a good lizard thing. But as I told you, some of them rebelled against God and like Satan in them. And it has origins in Egyptian, symbol of sovereignty, royalty, and divinity, divine authority. showed with wings, and earlier in the monarchic period of Israel and Judea. And placed the Seraphim in the 5th to 10th rank of angels in exposition of the Jewish angelic hierarchy in Kabbalah. Seraphim, the higher angels of the word Bura, creation of the first, create the realm of divine understanding, whose understanding of their distance from the absolute divinity of Azuth causes their continual burning of the self-nullification. Through the ascend to God and return to their place below the world in Yetzah, formation of the archetype creation of divine emotion, the Hayyat, angels of Ezekiel's vision, who serves God with self-aware instinctive emotions, face of a lion, an ox, and an eagle, like the griffin, synchronicity. Seraphim is a part of the angelic hierarchy in modern Orthodox Judaism. Isaiah's vision is repeated several times in the Jewish services, including Kedashah prayer as part of the reptilian of the Amidah, and several prayers as well. Conservative Judaism retains traditional doctrines regarding angels, including references to them in liturgy, although a literal belief in angels is by no means universal among adherents. Reform of Judaism and reconstructive Judaism generally take images of angels as symbolic. In a Yudin seal from the 8th century BCE depicts the flying snake, yet having human characteristics, as encountered in Isaiah. Medieval Christian theology places Seraphim in the highest choir of angelic hierarchy. They are caretakers of God's throne, continuously singing, Holy, Holy, Holy. And the book of Isaiah, fixing fiery nature, the Seraphim, medieval imagination. Seraphim is the view that help God maintain the perfect order. They are not limited to chanting the Trizegon, taking his cue, as well as writings of the rabbinic tradition. An author gave an etymology of the Seraphim, those kindle or make hot. The name Seraphim clearly indicates there's celestials and eternal revolution about divine principles, their heat and keenness, and the exuberance of their intense, perpetual, tireless activities, and their elative and energetic assimilation of those below, kindling them and firing them to their own heat, and wholly purifying them by burning and all-consuming flame, and the unhidden, unquenchable challenges, radiant and enlightened power, destroying the shadows of darkness. Amen. Saint Francis, synchronicity, of Assisi. Saint Francis of Assisi. We're talking about him, Sarah. Vision of a surf. That's his vision of a Seraphim that he saw. Nevertheless, whatever it is these powers may have learned through the revelation of the Son of God and the Holy Spirit, they will certainly be able to acquire a great deal of knowledge, and higher ones much more than the lower, and still is impossible for them to comprehend everything, for is written, the more part of God's work in secret. Thomas Aquarius. The name Serfium does not come from the charity only, but the excess of charity expressed by the word adore, a fire. Hence, the Dionysius expounds the name Serfium according to the properties of the fire containing an excess of heat. Now may consider three things. The Holy Spirit on the day of Pentecost appeared as fire. Amen. And the Hagia Sophia, which is the the Hagia Sophia is in over in Greece, and when the Ottoman Empire took over Greece, they made it into a mosque. But so it's like a now it's a mosque again. But so this is you have some Serfium on the ceiling. Renaissance and humanism, they burn with a fire of charity, the highest models of human aspiration, impatient of any second place. Let us emulate dignity and glory, and if we will it, we shall be interior to them and nothing. Young Pico announced the first flush of optimistic confidence in the human capacity that is coinage of the Renaissance. In the light of intelligence and meditating upon the creator of his work and the work of the creator, we shall be resplendent with the light of the cherubim. We burn with love and creator only. His consuming fire will quickly transform us into the flaming likeness of the Serfium. Bonaventure, a Franciscan theologian, was complementary with Aquinas. Aquinas uses the sixth wing of Serfium as the important analogical construct of his mystical work, The Journey of the Mind of God. Amen. Christian theology developed Serfium as being pure light, enjoying direct communication with God. In Islam, the comparable Serfium describes the six-winged four faces according to tradition. No description of their features is given in the Quran, only their number 8 is 6917. Their affiliation is not always clear, and sometimes their role is swapped with cherubim. In the book called The Wonders of Creation, Baclaries existing things, angels rank the highest, following spirit of the archangels and cherubim. Bearers of the throne entrust the continually worshiping God. Unlike the messenger, angel represents the heavenly realm and not the entire world. Serfium are directly mentioned in the hadith from al-Tirmidhi. According to the conversation between Muhammad and God during the night journey concerning what is between heaven and earth, often interpreted as the reference of exalted aimlessly disputing the creation of Adam in Surah. It's just similar to like what we believe. So the Islamic version and the depiction of these angels, it's the same thing like what we believe. And in this area of Islam is something that agrees with Christianity. This is the depiction of the Islamic version of the throne, and that's correct. It comes from Christianity. All right. So that's the Serfium. Oh yeah, Sarah. Yeah, I understand. a wonder huge in the sky with that plasma circle, like a, yeah, like a UFO. Right. Like when Jesus was brought into heaven, it seems like a UFO type thing. I agree, Sarah. Like sin falls short of his truth, Jesus fulfills all things. Amen. I agree. You see, it has like a human head, a bird head, and a goat's. I mean, a ram's head. No, it's a bull. Like this is an example. See, like yes, like the sin committed comment referred to man-made religions. I know what you meant, Sarah. I agree with you. Like you'll like Christianity says something and they'll take this and that. Yeah, I agree with you. Jesus said there would be many false prophets that would arise and deceive people. Yeah, so that's just this depiction of what the angels look like. Very interesting. Oh yes, absolutely. All right. So basically, now I'm going to be ending the show, Sarah, and I've been live for over 5 hours. So we did very well. We made great headway this time. And also, I'm thankful, sir, for the participation you and the others and people that have watched to the end. If y'all watched to the end, what y'all have seen, and I'm thankful for all of you. And it was a really great stream and a great night with what we all learned tonight. And also, I hope that you have a good rest of your weekend, Sarah. And as I said, I'm going to ending it. If you have any final thoughts or words, you could say it if you'd like before I end it. And while I end it, I'll still be able to see a chat briefly. All right. Okay, you're welcome, Sarah. I enjoyed talking about cooking, and thank you for the Japanese food stuff. I'll certainly look into that. All right, and everybody, have a great weekend. God bless. Peace.